Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an aid around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Big chunk of money and of course a spot into the PMGC later on this year. A lot on the line when it comes to this week if teams can re-qualify or for them qualify for the very first time here into the Super Weekend. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2 and I'm Jason Caput. I'm your host, hopefully for the rest of the event. Hopefully I don't get cut out too quickly or I don't have a heart attack. I think it was like Steve Jobs, even though I kind of look like him. But let's bring in our analysts as we have Kalaris and Maxman to help cover all the action happening, to break everything down for you, and of course to show us their lovely dog. And by lovely dog, I mean only Floof, because Floof is the only dog in the world right now in my eyes. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show here. It's do or die time here for some teams as we have the final day of our second week of league play on the midst.
It's time for these teams to try and finally make their way into the Super Weekends, and especially for the teams that didn't make it in the first one, this is do or die for them if they want to have a chance to make it into the finals here, Jason.
Definitely so, yeah.
You go from black, you go to red, then you have this lovely fade into blues with Maxman. Kalaris, this is an interesting day, I'd say. Yesterday, we saw some teams turn their fate around a little bit, performing much better than we expected, or at least much better than they did in week one. But it's time to see where the teams currently do stand, and maybe ask you in particular, does anything kind of stand out to you from the results we've had so far?
I still like that as much as from some games to some game, Eastern Stars have kind of been up and down and up and down. Overall, the general trend is consistency across that roster, even though yesterday we saw them fielding like a multitude of different members here from their roster in terms of their subs and things like that, which I think is super awesome. You don't see enough of that, really, I think, in esports as a whole. So to see Eastern Stars utilizing that to strength, I think is fantastic.
And their strength, Maxman, is Kapahala, is it not?
I mean, you get Kapahala all the time. You have Octavian sometimes, but Kapahala yesterday was doing most of the work. And he said fielding the subs in, just getting himself a little bit heated to the lobby and used to how these teams actually play, I think is great. Experience is so valuable that you cannot replicate in scrims. So it's really good, as you said, Kalaris, to actually make use of the subs. And yeah, I mean, the subs did their job too, right? They got himself 67 points in total with 30 kills in those 4 games. Eastern Stars are looking once again absolutely dominant. They had such a strong first Super Weekend if they make it through in this one, which they've already overtaken the 45-point margin that we normally have for these teams set up. Second Super Weekend, they're aiming to potentially be the #1 team, so they just got to keep on going. But the big surprise on this page, I would clearly have to say, is super young roster. They came out of nowhere in this tournament. They had a good finish in the first Super Weekend, but now this team has got some of the best rotations when it comes to Sanhok, and this is a full Sanhok league play, so they are definitely in the element here.
Yeah, a second, a third, and fifth with a boatload of kills in each one of them as well. This is very impressive. To say that they got 0 chicken dinners yesterday, but still were just 5 points behind where Eastern Stars were, is nothing short of fantastic, considering, you know, as you say, I think we saw them as a bit of a middling team in our week 1 play.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was due to Alush, though, right? The fact he was able to stay alive for so long, able to get them a couple different rankings up, which is why their placement points are so high. Yeah. We're also seeing Xtreme Slayers there. I mean, they had one good game last week, and then they were having some unfortunate times from there on. Team Doom as well making a debut into the front page. But as you take a look at our second page, these would be the other teams who would be safe if we didn't even play out any more league play days. But you have Game Lord at 20 points, you have Vodafone Giants at 16, you have Exquisite Décode at 16. Yeah. Kind of surprising to see teams who were so dominant when it came to the Super Weekend, minus Vodafone Giants, really struggling now.
Yeah, even for Romanian Boys, sorry, it was only 21 points. These are teams that are definitely not comfortable when it comes to it. And you got to keep in mind that when you make it into the Super Weekend, a big portion of the prize pool of this entire PMPL comes from chicken dinners alone. And if you don't make it, that could be, 2, 3, 4 grand potentially right down the drain. So you need to make sure you can make it to the next stage. And now we go even further. And now you're really seeing the danger zone for some of these teams. ChasMac Gaming, I'm going to have to say it, but they had a horrendous first Super Weekend. If they don't make it again, that's going to be basically almost kicking them out if they don't make it or don't have a good third Super Weekend. So ChasMac Gaming and especially Destiny are the two teams I'm looking at that just need to make it through this time and need to have a good day.
And we talk about this many times when it comes to the league stage play, but these lobbies are more volatile, and it does bear repeating. The fact that it's constantly like rotating from an extra 4 teams come in, different ones come out and stuff like that. So the rotations get a little bit less predictable. So there's something you got to look out for.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at it, and talk about the teams changing every time. Out of the 20, you've got 16 that join the lobby every time. It forces teams also to prepare every single time. So if you have a coach, if you have an analyst, that is a time where they're actually going to be making their money. It is so valuable to have, so they can actually prepare you every single game, and you don't have to spend too much time really thinking about it. But this is the one, and you talked about it, right, Jason, for SYR, Alush just being so dominant for his team. And we had the same issue, really, when you think about it, for Exquisite Décode UK, when you would always have one player, that was Reznov, remaining until the end. I think now they've been able to somewhat fix that issue in the Super Weekends at least, but I would like to see a similar fashion from SYR where they actually make it as a 3-man, a 4-man to try and potentially close off games.
And just as an aside there, with the Alush versus one of the, I think it was Kapahala on that Sanhok situation, like the fact that I thought Alush was going to win that out, and one of the reasons was you see Kapahala fall off the rock, and slightly just as you hit the ground, you can't actually shoot in that moment. So if Alush had just been slightly a bit more aware as to what may have gone on in that moment, I think Alush could have won it out. But, you know, these are very small, minor things, Jason.
I do want to go back really quickly what you're talking about, Max, about like our 17, 18, 19, 20th place teams, because it is rough times for them. If they don't qualify for the Super Weekend, they're going to be in a very bad position going to the final week. However, you know, ChasMac, 1 point behind right now. Excuse me, they're 3 points behind. Destiny, they're 5 points behind. Champions Club, they're 8 points behind. Like, luckily for them, they're not so far behind 16th place right now that they still have a really good chance to qualify. It just comes down to these next 4 matches for these teams if they can show up when they need to, because that Super Weekend's calling for them.
The league play is mainly down to the fact that you only have 8 games. That is not an insane amount. One top 3 or even just a win is enough for some teams to qualify right off the bat. I mean, 45 points, you get a win, that's already a big margin of those 45 points already secured for yourself. So it's not over, definitely not. I'd just say that there's a little bit of sense of urgency for these teams to do well today. Just one good game and potentially a few extra points on the side should be enough, but there can be a little bit of stress on their shoulders that can also impact the morale of the team.
Okay, well, as we've been talking about, you know, some teams have made a step up from week 1 to week 2. We wanted to dive a little bit further into a couple of teams here as we'll start off with Unicorns of Love, comparing how they've done so far at the start of league play versus how they're doing right now. And I think we've seen Unicorns of Love improve quite a bit. However, Kalaris, I feel like we have not seen the Unicorns of Love that we expected. This is not the Panda team we saw last season.
Yep. The coming in, this is the bulldozer team. This is the powerhouse team that we believe should be challenging for the championship. However, as you say, that has not been realized just yet. I think when it comes to what they've been showing so far, they've looked a little bit disjointed in how they're operating things. You see, and we've spoken about this at length, Max, star players on this roster, but it feels either like 2 duos that are kind of separate from one another, or one duo and 2 singles that feel separated from one another. There doesn't look like too much coordination going on here that would make them a championship team just yet.
It just feels like, I'm going to have to do an anime reference here, but it feels like Valhalla from Tokyo Revengers. You just take Unicorn's head and you just chop the head off right now. There's no real sense of direction with the team, and that is at least one thing that we've been able to find. I mean,
I have no clue what he's talking about.
No, it's okay. It's pretty good animation. Watch it. But regardless,
is there a spirit bomb in there somewhere and a super
like
spirit bombs?
Nah, there's no. You go back in time. It's actually pretty sick. I recommend it. It's pretty good. It's 10 out of 10. But this is something that we've been able to find out. There's a big issue with the team. Of course, it takes quite a bit of time to work on that. But I don't know. We talked about once again about potentially egos being into play. I'm not sure what's happening inside the team, but the fact that even with an entire Super Weekend not being played, things have not been truly fixed. I think that can be really a dangerous position for them to be in.
Well, I think it's fair to say this at least, though, Kalaris, is that for Unicorns of Love in particular, just because you have those 3 days off doesn't mean you're all of a sudden going to get a massive amount of practice in, right? You're not going to be able to fix all your issues right away.
Fair.
because you're not going to be able to do scrims, I'm assuming. Like, teams are going to want, teams are busy playing Super Weekend, then there's like one day off before you get back into league playing. They probably want to take that day off to relax a little bit. So it realistically, there's really not that much time for a team to improve other than analyzing situations and seeing rotations and drop locations.
Yeah, I think these players are smart enough to be able to look at the games, not only in the league play, but also in the Super Weekend. Even if they don't get huge amounts of practice, they can step back, assimilate what they've seen, and be able to utilize that to their advantage. I think that there is definitely hope for them there. I mean, right now they're at 32 points. This is enough to be able to push them into that Super Week. And I think that as time goes on, maybe that cohesion can come together, but it is definitely lacking. I would love to see a little bit more of it kind of come to the fold here.
Yeah, just get some reps in at the gym, pretty much. Get some reps in the forums and getting some rounds under your belt. But another team who doesn't look too cohesive at the moment, and again, we started to see some really good glimpses of them at the later half of our very first PMPL season here for Western Europe. It's going to be Nexus. It's going to be the Romanian crew of Nexus. And one thing we noticed yesterday, Max, if I'm not mistaken, is that Dexter wasn't really playing with the roster.
Yeah, we're not seeing Dexter. I don't believe I saw even Rana and Sushi. I think Rana was maybe in and out of the game, but Sushi too was another player that we said has improved a lot in the first season of PMPL. It's very surprising, but regardless of that change, it's actually been working out for them pretty well. You can look at the average kills increasing from 0.5 to 3. Average placement point, sure, it's still only 1.5, is not insane. They need to improve their average survival time a little bit more, I would say. Still, a leap from 50 minutes to 90 minutes is great, but it still tends to show that they do die maybe a little bit too early compared to the teams in the circle. So if they can make sure they increase their survivability a little bit, that could solidify themselves a spot in the Super Weekend, but they still got a little bit more work to do. And I wonder if Dexter's going to be here because he talked about PMPL Season 1, him doing so much work. I think that it could help the team potentially have a little bit more direction when it comes to these games.
Yeah, I'd say he was similar to like the GK first of Panda. He was the GK first of Nexus. He was like the star player at the time, though. Yeah. Obviously, he wasn't off doing his own thing most of the time. But yeah, you know, Claris, I don't know if you have any thoughts about this in particular. I mean, we saw promise out of this team, and we're not sure what's changed. I mean, we had Game Lord where we heard promise about the team, and then going into Season 2, they show up. Whereas Nexus, we saw the promise, but then that promise has kind of disappeared.
If Dexter is not playing with them back on the regular, I do have genuine concerns for this team right now. Like, still, I mean, yes, there's been slight step-ups from season to season, but that he was definitely, as you might mention, he's definitely the star, and he was getting them out of tight binds quite a few times, which I think could cause them some problems if they don't have him on board. I don't have much to say about Nexus right now because they haven't shown me much right now here in this season in particular.
That's fair. That's completely fair, and maybe we'll change that as we have the rest of today play out. But let's maybe focus our attention on one of our top teams. We got Eastern Stars and how dominant they were yesterday and how well they looked when it came to the Super Weekend. But the new challengers, the young challengers, the super challengers of super young roster able to finally give them some trouble. Again, mostly in the form of Alush, but we're going to take a look at how they accumulated their points so far within this league week. And we can see here pretty consistent. I want to say out of both teams, but obviously when you look at Eastern Stars, that round 3 on Erangel was a little bit of a miss. But to see that consistency out of super young roster, even though it does taper off towards the end of the day, is still fantastic.
Yeah, and as Kalara said, right, this was also while using subs, so you maybe cannot expect what Eastern Stars were able to perform and showcase in the first Super Weekend. So with subs, these type of results are definitely not bad, but it's just a draw or comparison to super young roster on the side. That we said it right, this team was a middling team. We didn't know really what to expect from them, except for Faker, of course, that's got the experience with Fate from the EMEA Championship Season 1, from also the World League back in 2020. This team has become so impressive when it comes to their decision-making on early rotation, mid-game rotation, and especially commitment to a specific position in the circle. I mean, in the words of Blank, I have the impression I stole that point from him yesterday. That was not my intention, but it seems like they know where the circle is going to end and what position is the best every single time, and that is a great mark of a team that knows exactly how to close off games.
Yesterday especially, they had really good stock of where they needed to be for those later circles. Almost every single time they were greeting other teams to the circles, it was the other team in a desperate position where they were kind of maybe approaching from the blue, having a bit of a harder time trying to find themselves some cover, etc. and stuff like that. But still, you know, it shows that the peaks and troughs of Eastern Stars, as we take a look at them, slightly win out the consistency of super young roster throughout the day.
I mean, I feel like when we look at Eastern Stars, they generally would have like 3 if not 4 people alive in these later zones. Obviously, when we look at the chicken dinners, obviously they must have, right? The super young roster, it's always going to stick out to me that Alusha was the one surviving, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over again because you can't depend on one person to get you those placements every time.
This eventual 1v1v1 situation is kind of funny because Alusha effectively saves Kapahala, and then Kapahala beats him. If you think about him taking out the guy from Doom that was holding out Kapahala on that left-hand side, it's funny how these BR situations work out. But of course, you don't know as you're on the battlefield, you don't know every single detail as to who's holding who's got the exact position, etc. So yeah, knock-on effects.
Talk about biting the man who feeds you, man. It was definitely a little bit surprising, but this is very similar, and I talked about it already, about Exquisite Décode when we had only Reznov, but you have Alicia on a team that's such an excellent fragger. And SY, you have Ali that's been really stepping up from time to time, getting some really great clutch moments, and of course, Result on top of that is such a good utility player. His nades, his mollies, and especially usage of smoke is very, very clean. Some of the best, I would say, in this entire lobby. If these two players specifically can make it next to Illusion to the late game, I think this team can make absolute wonders when it comes to today and hopefully the Super Weekend if all things go well.
Just as we were looking at that Sanhok finish there as well, of course, we were talking yesterday about the fact that Eastern Stars goes up to that mountain and holds that on strong. And a lot of people may come up to you and be like, oh, but they got gifted this win. Well, not really. They took that spot, and effectively, the rest of the lobby gifts them, in inverted commas, that win, because they don't push for the value of that mountain. They had such a huge spread and huge control over that. People need to prioritize getting to these spots a little bit earlier, I think.
It's interesting that you think our general audience base is, 80-year-old Englishmen.
Well, this is all I'm used to.
I've never seen the demographics, so you could be right. Let's transition to talk about a team called Team Doom. This team who placed 48 points, 13th place at the end of League Play Week 1. In the Super Weekend, they're currently sitting in 9th place at 95 points. But in day 1 of Week 2, they got 43 points. So just 5 points short. Just 5 points shy of what they performed over 8 matches they did in 4 yesterday.
Yeah, it's really nuts, and it's a great improvement from Team Doom in general. When we look back at the end of the first Super Weekend, we had 2 players that started rising up really significantly from this team. We had Zero and Action, but I think especially Zero is the really big outlier for this team of now. He's the Doom guy of this team.
Really,
entirely.
Max?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, look, it's all blue. It means he's doing good, right? But an average kill of 2.5 is definitely very impressive when it comes to it. Of course, it's only over the course of 4 games, so the average might tend to even out a little bit as the days go on. But I think that Team Doom might be a team that surprised us, might be the dark horse of this event. We had teams like SYL that already stepped up, but I think the next one in line might just be Team Doom if they keep improving as much week to week.
Well, honestly, I don't think I'll ever not have Doom guys one of my favorites, to be honest.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. You got me thinking about the games now. I want to go play. But I think, it's, as you say, like when you look at those numbers, it's not just someone like Zero that is shining through. Action's numbers are technically nothing to scoff at. He's got himself above his 1KD. He seemed to find himself in these later stages. And again, here, in this situation, he takes out multiple members of Eastern Stars. And if it isn't for Alush, bloody Alush on the other side of things, this is Team Doom's game to win, but it's not the case.
It was a 2v4, actually. It was really insane coming out from them, so really good stuff on Team Doom.
Well, let's take a look at our schedule because the first round of the day is about to kick off. And like we said before, it's going to be Sanhok and Erangel throughout this entire week when it comes to league play. And since we started on Erangel yesterday, we're going to be starting on Sanhok today. So 3 Sanhoks over the course of today. Eastern Stars is going to be extremely happy about that. And then, of course, we have Erangel coming up second, and then Erangel as our 4th round as well. So Group B sitting out, no Unicorns love, no super young roster, no of those 2 teams that we've been talking about quite a bit when it comes to today. But what we will talk about is our esports awards still going on for you guys at home who can vote for your favorite esports title of the year and your favorite mobile esports title of the year. And we know which one that's going to be in particular. It's got to be PUBG Mobile. Just head over to esportsawards.com/vote and get your votes in because it will be closing relatively soon. Just like our game is about to start relatively soon, giving predictions now. It's going to be Kalaris right off the bat. I'm going to give you an out on this one, Max Spence, so you don't have to worry about it.
That's fine.
Kalaris, who's taking round 1? Because
it's got to be the recovery of Exquisite Décode. I did it before. I'm going to do it again. It's coming home, baby. We'll see it go down.
All right, Max, you can't choose them.
I was literally going to say Exquisite Décode. Now I'm stuck. If they win, I'm going to be so mad after this. I'm going to go with... let's say Team Big. Let's go. They got the first one yesterday. Let's see if they can do it again.
Okay, well, thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll check with you once this first round of the day does finish off as we bring our commentators in here, John, Allen, and Blank, to kick off round 1 of our second day of league play in our second week overall. Gentlemen, take us straight into it.
Yeah, we're just going to head straight on into proceedings. Obviously, one more day to get into those super weekends. Unicorns are love with it all to prove as well. The two duos from the Unicorns need to try and coalesce into one fist. I was going to say fist, Blank, but then I remembered fists have 5 fingers, not 4, so it doesn't quite work out. But you know what? We get on with it.
Yeah, well, it depends if you've lost a finger in the process, or if you've got a sub, but you've got a sub out there, you know, that's how this sometimes works. Then sometimes teams have 6 players, in which case you've got a bit of a stronger fist, let's put it that way. We are heading straight into game over towards Sanhok. This is our round 1 of the day, heading straight over the top, checking out the playing path, see where we're going. And we're heading from Tambang up towards Cowside. So that Northwest Island, very clear here, John. So Eastern Star is quite happy to drop down here nice and early. Now, there's a team that I'd like to see do better on this map, and it's big, right? You know, I think the Northwest Island is where Mickey feels at home, especially within last season on Destiny. Now over here on Big, feels like he's controlling a lot of these rotations anyway. But because, you know, on this side you have Conquerors, you have Eastern Stars and Big as well, Northwest Island becomes kind of a bit of like a cage match between the top teams over here. So whoever comes out on top really deserves to be out there in the lobby. So it's an interesting one, but I would like to see Big do slightly better. We do get this nice eastern shift on the circle, which will mean this Northwest Island will have to be vacated very soon.
I mean, they've got them in there for 3 minutes, and they've got to last it out to try and get in, because they are going to have to rotate out after that. And over onto the Eastern Island with the circle popping as it does. To be honest, I quite like this circle. I feel like I don't really like, for the teams certainly, to have to cross around that trifecta area, around that confluence in the middle of the map. Just isolating it to this Eastern Island, I think is a lot better in terms of the level of competitiveness that you can see from a circle like this. But it is still Sanhok, so there is still chaos.
Yeah, it cuts a lot of uncertainty, right, away from the game, and that trifecta point is very difficult to cross. I think the main uncertainty for the majority of the teams on the western side will be like, where do you need to cross and how are you going to get round? Because for Big, their typical rotation path is down towards Ruins, Sami, cut in towards Cave side, and then make your way into the circle that way. But realistically, that's a lot of issues that you have to traverse. Not only do you have to get across a bridge, you have to cross another bridge down towards Camp Charlie, and then get past Quarry, depending on where the circle goes. So a little bit of a rough time ahead of them. Game Lord on our screen right now, yes, that was a bit iffy for me, to be honest. Not quite on usual form. Again, it is league play, and you do just need to qualify, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Right now, though, they're looking fairly pretty, to be honest with you, John.
Looking good, looking hot, ready to go for the rest of the game.
Looking good.
Hell yeah, dude. And of course, I'll have to try and find their spot. A big split on the south side, Xtreme Slayers, Sami and Bantai. You've got a lot of other teams, not too many teams close to each other. Destiny and Nexus Gaming, one of the teams that they were talking about before with Nexus Gaming, still without Dexter on the roster around Paradise Resort right now. Nexus Gaming split 2 and 2 around the position, with Destiny occupying the central.
Yeah, I think for Destiny, this is a good place to start from, at least for their team. You know, we expected a little bit more from this team. We haven't really seen it. So right now, I'm kind of putting all those assumptions aside as we head into second day of league play of the second week right now, because I think a lot of these teams have shown themselves that, you know, they're good teams, but they're not top of the pack teams. Big is trying to move through, but it's Eastern Stars who are harassing them at the moment, throwing a couple bullets their way. Big's currently catching them quite nicely. Receiver in hand. Take too much damage so far, but they do leave Mickey as well as Swave behind, whereas Eastern Stars, they're all locked in for the long haul over towards the bridge side, so might be a bit difficult for Big to get out. And even so, they've got a difficult decision ahead of them, John. Do they want to head up towards the north side, deal with Conqueror, or head down towards the south side, deal with Eastern Stars? It's not pretty. It's not pretty.
I think it also depends on when Conqueror and East Stars decide to make their move. Is it worth it to them to guard out big from these next circles, right? Or do they want to get a spot further in? Because you might spend that time, sure, you might get a couple points and maybe a kill or two onto big, a squad wipe if you're lucky, but then you have to move through the rest of the teams that have already taken the time that you spent taking that fight into the center of the circle. So it's kind of a double-edged sword to be able to take on a team like Big. And I feel like Eastern Stars, they just want to spot out that way and move backwards whilst they're doing so.
I think, yeah, if you're Eastern Stars, it would be nice to get rid of the Mosquito behind you and Big, and then try and move into the center of the map afterwards. But to be quite frank, John, it's again, yeah, like you said, double-edged sword. It's like that time you take to get rid of that team could also be made getting further into the circle, and perhaps you don't have to worry about them later on. We are checking out Destiny once again. Very typical position down towards the south of Paradise Resort. Very easy to scout from here. You can see all the way over towards the other hillside. I believe that is. Excuse me, off in the distance though. Aegon, I believe that's Aegon, has taken a few shots, so they should know where that team is. But they're so central, and this roadside is quite safe, to be honest. With all the sight lines it has around it, it's fairly open for Sanhok, we'll put it that way. You know, the majority of Sanhok feels like you've lost your mum in the supermarket. You can't find her anywhere. It's just winding holes.
Ooh, very close to Narvalo right now. There's no way that Narvalo knows that there's a player here. If he goes to the shack, he's going to go straight in. I mean, this is a free flush, and the rest of Game Lord aren't close enough to get the refrag. Dude needs to get out of here, though. He should be aware that the rest of Game Lord are waiting around. He only heard the one set of footsteps and is able to move away, so nice reposition coming through. Sure, has some sightlines up to the hill, but is more exposed here. The rest of his team, however, for Nexus Gaming, they are all the way on the eastern side of Paradise Resort. If he gets knocked, he's dead.
Yes, absolutely. It's a bit odd to be playing this position. He does pick up a kill for his trouble. This was something we saw yesterday as well, John, from Nexus, was quite a large split down from Paradise Resort as well as Barn. So, yeah, it's a bit weird for me to see. But then again, I never have any questions when it comes to watching Mickey perform this kind of thing. But he's proven he can do it. Doobie's already got that one kill. I think in this moment of time, just taking from Mickey's experience and what I've watched him do, this would be the time for him to, you know, sling back to the team. That's slowly.
Luna, yeah, just trying to get across the river in the tuk-tuk. I mean, you get across, but with Eastern Stars right there, who have crossed, by the way, there's really, I mean, it's just too slow. You probably would have been better on foot in that scenario.
That's
Luna.
what I was thinking, yeah.
Like, I mean, you know, it's unfortunate, but Luna almost certainly going to go down here. Smokes do bloom and a potential to crawl away, but with the nades coming in, I just don't see Luna surviving here with that hit marker as well. You see Bazzi just peppering it in front of as well. I mean, yeah, that's it. Luna goes down. A couple nades and Eastern Stars pick up a kill. Deus Sirens lose a player pretty early on as they try and leave from the compound around that confluence. The roadblock is alleviated just that little bit. Diavala even taking shots as she makes her way back up the hill.
Looking at their rotation path as well, John, I mean, they were in ruins and moved off to the eastern side, held across the river, and didn't move. Now, that says to me that they were looking to hold this crossing. The Eastern Stars currently are holding. And Eastern Stars are up on the mountain, fairly split as well. The fact that they've been able to get here before Deus Sirens and hold it down is ridiculous. Like, I feel like Deus Sirens should have been able to move a lot sooner. Looking towards Destiny now again. They're very, very close proximity to Excuse Me. Remember, Excuse Me is right on top of the hillside with a fair few bits of cover to them. Oh, you can get the hit markers in game. Stop punching me.
Oh,
I'll ban you.
Hey, look, enough of that. Enough. Come on. Yeah, sort it. Come on. Guys, come on. Break it up. Break it up. Come on. That's enough. That's enough. You know, your pan's getting rusty. Let's just put them away. Oh, goodness me.
I enjoy that there's actually no scout going on at this moment. They are fully committed to the pan fight, just clinging and clanging up on the top of the hillside, which would give them away if that made too much noise.
I'm just glad, I mean, they maybe even throw the pans down the hill, hit Destiny, see what that's about.
That would be hilarious. Both like on 3, 2, 1, throw the pans, and they're like, ha, and then it's just like knock in the kill feed. Wait, what?
Our pans will block out the sun. Destiny will fight in the shade. They'll be down the hill a little bit further. Deus Sirens, they move away from their hillside. They play around the junction on the roads to the south of Boot Camp, to the west of Quarry. Exquisite Décode UK, the fought over prediction on the desk, will be on the western edge of Quarry. And with the circle as it is, I feel like they're in a pretty solid spot here, guarding out teams like Team Doom, Xtreme Slayers around the side. Conqueror taking a fight on the northern edge with ChasMac Gaming.
I think that they've moved pretty aggressively through the northern side. I think it's difficult to move through this area. Look at how many rocks there are afforded to ChasMac Gaming to be able to post up in several different locations. Luckily, Conqueror's only sent K-Link forward first, so at least they do scout it. They know that the area is dangerous. They only lose with one player. Sometimes you can afford to do that. It's a case of like, look, dude, you might die here, but at the very least, you'll give us some good information.
Getting a replay of the pan fight. Mitchie has the high ground in this scenario, right? So I feel like Albert doesn't really stand a chance in these pan fights. Also, only just pulling out the pan towards the end of the fight. I mean,
you see that last bit as well. He looked fatigued.
Yeah.
And I think it was the 2 overhead swings, which are quite a powerful ability from the pan. You know, that takes a lot of energy to pull off, and the fact that we did see Mitchie performing such a rigorous routine before this match started. You know, he's been really working those shoulder muscles.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how much one of those cast iron pans weighs, right? Because you've got to wonder if that plays into it. Is it just too heavy of a weapon? Do you want to try and swap it out? Because I feel like, you know, the pan, as we all know, level 4 armor, the best weapon in the game.
Oh, yes.
But, you know, is it worth it if you're in those 1-on-1 duels?
Yeah, is it really, really worth it? That's the real question. But, you know, we just saw some excellent form from Mitchie there. Albert should be ashamed of himself to even begin that battle. He lost before he even knew it happened. Conquerors over towards the northwest side. Obviously lost a player earlier towards ChasMac. ChasMac have swung down towards the southeast, or at least trying to. They're currently in the northeast at the moment, but it looks like that's their rotational path for the time being. LMV moved in from Camp Bravo earlier on, so they're fairly comfortable here, and Deus Sirens, they've retreated to a safe little crossroads.
Falling back just a little bit. I mean, they ran away from the fight. Well, wasn't really a fight, from their pick from the Eastern Stars. And that ground is now covered. As I was talking about before, the little scrap on the north side started to come through. Actually, I'm going to take that back, because we are now back in with Sneaky Doo and going for a spray. And he will find another victim. Gets the knock. Maybe not getting the flush this time, though. Actually really wants to go for that. Jamaz not so lucky. AZ pushing up now, up to bat, and will be able to get the knock. All right, doesn't get the flush, doesn't get the point. Jamaz will be safe, and finally is punished for that position. The rest of Nexus Gaming, though, are right there. They have come in to potentially save the day. And there's Runner across the way, gets the knock, and now that's 2 down for Conqueror. Doom might have done a little bit more damage than maybe they were expecting. And you've got to remember that there was a pick earlier as well against ChasMac Gaming, from ChasMac Gaming, which means Bina is the last player alive for Conqueror here. Could Doom be the foil to Conqueror's rotation on the north side? I mean, Runner's pushing in, trying to zone it, have the blue zone to their advantage, and Bina now wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah, it's really confusing actually what Doobie performed there, and I'm not sure what the rest of Nexus were planning in this situation. But Doobie's got 2, open up the fight marvelously, and then lived for quite some time before he was taken down to a knock. I am just perplexed at the situation.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Creator now moving forwards. Bina wants to take the fight by the looks of things, getting the spray down, but needs to be careful in terms of the bullets there. Creator, I mean, position is known here, I'm pretty sure, playing around this building. Rana is waiting out of the blue zone at the moment. Creator playing up by the building. They're really trying to guard this one. The circle heavily shifting south as well means that they are going to have to move pretty soon. This is the last first aid for Creator. AZ with the full angle there. Bina cooking the nade out the side. Creator goes down. Rana can't find anything as well. And now Nexus Gaming on the verge of losing yet another.
Runner dropping smokes out. But yeah, this is very confusing. to say the least. And it's not like Nexus are just throwing away their league play. If we look at them, they're currently sat with 19 points, so they're in with a running. Oh, and it finally takes down Bino with a nice drop shot, and that'll be Conqueror's down. But now this places Nexus Gaming in a very awkward spot. They should just be about able to get this res off. We're only in zone 3 right now.
Riptor didn't have meds though.
Yeah, okay, well that's even worse, isn't it?
Oh, not sure. Maybe they dropped some over. Destiny taking heavy bombardment right now. Struggling in their position. Looks like LMV the ones to try and take them down there. Just Whiskey left on the hillside. Only one player standing on the squad. And LMV have given them what for on the north side of Quarry. Exquisite Décode UK in a really solid spot with their backs to Quarry. Very difficult to approach them from that angle. They've got a lot of control over these hillsides.
A lot of control at the moment. Game Lord also trying to come down from boot camp, John. I don't know if you saw this one earlier, but they'd headed up to boot camp, which is not a place to hang out, especially when you've lost a player. But they were comfortable to just assume that no one else was coming into boot camp for that time being. Champions Club also moved down on the northern side. Deus Sirens towards the middle, but now it's Exquisite Décode UK. Great position, actually. Great position indeed.
Just have to play for it now. And I mean, we know they've got the chops for it. Both of the desks wanted to predict it. James managed to snag that one away, which means that he gets all the credit if they win. And Maxman gets all the blame if they don't, because of course he wanted to. So it feels like, you know, you could still put the curse on. That could still be a thing. But the next circle about to come on through. Looks like Nexus Gaming did manage to stay alive, keep all 3 of them going into the fight after they lost Deus. And they are going to move in from the northern edge. Conqueror's Club a little bit ahead of them. And Exquisite Décode UK, again, stick in the circle with the next.
I think it actually gives them a lot of safety with the Quarry to their backs at the moment. I think their main issue is going to be dealing with LMV as well as Excuse Me. It depends where LMV actually head, because if they head down towards the south and try and chance this one out, they are definitely going to come into contact with Team Doom. And I like this position from Team Doom because they know the teams on this eastern side will be funneling down towards their position, but they need to be ready to actually receive them. But ChasMac Gaming, in the meantime, just slung straight past them as fast as a moving rocket, straight into the circle. Good stuff.
I mean, they've got a spot, and you're right, it's a pretty decent spot here. I mean, the hillside is playable. They've got a lot of rocks, a lot of trees there, and they are in the next circle. Team Doom will want to take this one back here. Vodafone Giants may be also looking that direction eventually as they move up towards the north, but they have problems of their own to deal with. ChasMac taking shots, and I feel like they actually found the shot there. Team Doom moving closer and closer with each passing second.
Yeah, ChasMac taking shots back now with Yesh going down for Team Doom. LMV also taking shots. So Exquisite Décode UK's position, although not in this fight, is becoming increasingly stronger by the fact that all these teams are taking shots at one another. They're super happy in this compound at the moment. I think if I'm rooting for anyone, it would be Big. I've enjoyed this rotation they made. They waited it out. They weren't too late, but they weren't too quick either. So they're in relatively safety for the entire time. And in my eyes, that's always a plus on Sanhok. Whiskey is making a mad dash on the bike there with the wheels screeching. Yeah.
Timing on that one. You know, Action was running. He put his gun away to move faster to get an angle. If he'd have been there just a second earlier, he might have been able to get the spray down, but taking damage across the way, just able to hit the deck, and the rest of Team Doom suppressing LMV, but their shots back towards them as well. The LMV make it into the quarry, but getting out of there is so hard. And with ChasMac Gaming staring down their sights at you, it's all the more harder for Doom to suppress them here.
Yeah, that's Action dropping to the floor as well. Yesh gets knocked out of the game. Exquisite Décode Will. Primary Scout has a decent position from this outpost, but Idan knows his spot, and Will takes a few headshots before he drops back to the floor. So just in time. Could have been a lot worse. Eastern Stars holding out the guys from Nexus. Again, we knew these guys were coming far too late into the circle, and they couldn't even make it direct south path because of Deus Sirens and Excuse Me. They've had to swing over to the west side, and now Eastern Stars happy to receive these kill points.
This might be good news for Deus Sirens. If they move now to somewhere a little bit more central, if they move away from their compound, I mean, this circle shifts to Exquisite Décode UK. It feels like they've been blessed on this one by someone on the desk. But Deus Sirens, if they move now, when they know Eastern Stars are in this fight with Nexus Gaming, they might be able to get in ahead, but it feels like they're just a little bit too slow. They've had a lot of time to make that call, but it just hasn't come through. Now, Excuse Me in a little bit of a better spot, and actually, one of Deus Sirens gets knocked by Excuse Me across the way.
As well as, Excuse Me, taking some heavy punishment from some of the players from Exquisite Décode UK at the moment. I think that for Exquisite Décode UK, it's quite easy to hold this compound at the moment. There's windows on either side, so you can see out. You're just going to be careful you're not showing off your body too much, but it's going to be difficult to actually hit this compound hard, because how many teams have the vehicles to make this happen, especially on Sanhok? Most of the time you are crawling on over, so realistically, a lot of this game is going to be about please circle, get them out of that compound as soon as possible. It's very, very hard to get in without a very, very well-placed shot or a good grenade from across the way.
On the west, though, Eastern Stars really stayed too long, I have to say. Nexus Gaming, they sort of almost baited them to stay too long, and now Game Lord are into the fight, and they're taking scraps out in the blue zone this late in the game. I mean, you're losing 2-3, almost all your players, almost every time. Bazzy and Rob's now the last players for Game Lord and Eastern Stars. Trying to just make the mad dash, trying to stay out of the blue zone. Look at his health bar just ticking away. Has to gun out, has to run away from anything that he possibly can. Gets the crawl on as well. Very close to Xtreme Slayers, but I feel like Rob's, you're just not going to be able to get that one off in time. Bazzy, maybe look at a heal out in the blue. Knows there's a lot of meds on the ground there. Can start to hunt it out. SKP and Big on the southwestern edge as well. Looks like they want to go for a heal off, but Duxon is going to take a tumble. Now it's just Rasho.
Oh, this is rough.
It's
yeah,
three heal
SKP
teams.
down to, we're just healing out right now. ChasMac all the way into the southeast, but Exquisite Décode UK, great stuff from them. And the funny thing for me is that this game has just kind of felt like they've got their feet up the entire game, just sipping a cup of tea next to the fire, whereas all around them it's just chaos and madness. And they've not had to do anything much about it because the world has been falling apart around them, and Reznov, just rips apart the remaining players of Excuse Me.
Now ChasMac Gaming and LMV have to fight it out between themselves. Xtreme Slayers probably the only team with a chance in this one. They've got the other building in this circle. They are a little bit more central than Exquisite Décode UK. And the question is, what can these teams from the Quarry side do to move on in? Vodafone Giants finally lose their player. There's Rasho out in the blue zone still for SKP. As LMV try to make their way up, but do get cut down. Shadowen as well now into the heal game. 4 teams remain, 2 of them with solo healers out in the blue.
Shadowen, final player alive when we come to these heal-off teams. 7 meds remaining. But like you said, John, now it's time to these 2 teams. And because both compounds on opposite sides makes things a little bit difficult. Now, this is really where the mettle of Exquisite Décode UK will be tested here. They'll have to move up towards Xtreme Slayers' position. That's just how they do it. There's a few rocks ahead of them. It's going to be difficult for Xtreme Slayers to be peeking out too much with these open doorways being so large, but playing it very, very safe for the time being. I think Exquisite Décode UK's approach is going to have to be assisted by those smokes, John.
Yeah, ChasMac Gaming, this is last first aid. Almost certainly going to be going down here. Exquisite Décode UK, they're mounting up for the kill. Yeah, there we go. Just looking for a shot, looking for anyone. And Shadowen will fall out in the blue zone. 2 teams will remain. And it's not often, Blank, that you get 2 full 4 squads in this final circle on Sanhok. It's not easy. There's a lot of cover to be using, and it feels like Xtreme Slayers aren't controlling the ground here.
They are really allowing Exquisite Décode UK to gain a lot of ground at the moment. I think the Xtreme Slayers are refusing to peek. It's a nice spot that Pappy's currently got on the tractor, but, you know, how far that does take him. Extreme Slayers have done well in this game. I mean, they rebuffed the guys from Big earlier on, managed to send them back into the Shadowen. I mean, that's where Shadowen's coming in. It's really tripping me up there, Mr. Shadowen. Change your name, Shadowen. But yeah, they were able to hold on to this position. It's good, and that's exactly what I was looking for, is that one grenade. Now, so with the Décode UK, they need to make the rush on as they move up. First smoke goes down. This is perfectly played. They're cutting off the sight lines, John, and now it's time for them to head in.
No one from Xtreme Slayers is peeking out the back of this warehouse. No one is holding the lines that maybe they needed to. Exquisite Décode UK allowed all the ground in the world. And look at this, nades can start to come in over the top. That looks good, and a little bit of damage there. Close, but not quite a cigar there. Reznov looks to put more in as well. Bounces it down, and that's a knock on the Bardo. It's so hard to deal with this. What are you supposed to do here? Extreme Slayers, they've been pinned in their own compound. Alicio out wide, goes for the spray, and like that, Décode UK just take down Extreme Slayers like a hot knife through butter. And James is looking so happy right now. Max, eat your heart out.
What happened? What happened? Did they put that last fight on 3 times speed? Was someone on the VHS player pressing fast forward there? That was an incredibly quick fight towards the end. But again, I mentioned it before, that push had to be assisted by smokes, and they do it so well. They cut off the right side and the left opening inside the warehouse, and then they start lobbing those grenades off towards the left side, which is the only place to peek from John. They get a knock, which immediately allows Reznov to swing around to the right side of the warehouse and begin throwing in those grenades, whereas Alicio confirms the breach afterwards, gets that knock, and it's all curtains from there. That fight felt like they've been analyzing that one compound for weeks.
I mean, it was... I feel like Extreme Slayers were too passive there. If they'd have moved forwards and been holding in those rocks during those fights, I mean, that would have been a different game potentially. But there was at no point where Exquisite Décode UK didn't look in control of that situation. You're right. It was textbook. It was fantastic, and they win. They win the game because of it. I mean, they really did. And I mean, sure, they had a great compound for how the circle shrunk with their backs to quarry. Always a lot easier because it isolates almost, I would say, about 100 degrees off your 360 need to hold. Just because that quarry is there, it's a great feature to be able to control. Sure, you take a glance over there once in a while, and LMV, sure, you pick up a couple of kills there. But even so, it just alleviates so much worry for you.
Yeah, and I think if we were to analyze that fight a little bit more, because you are completely right, John, is that they should have really moved up the rocks. And in that case, the way you would see it is that warehouse, it's very, very obvious where you're going to be peeking from. There's a hole in the wall. It's easy to throw a grenade in there. What's not easy, like you say, John, is to have 6 rocks and then have to play a guessing game of which rock to smoke. And that's where it becomes rough. And I think Extreme Slayers did not make a wide spread. They knew that Exquisite Décode UK had to come down to them, and they made it very, very simple for them afterwards. Not to say that the last fight wasn't completely impressive. LMV, though, going against Destiny. Destiny's just kind of fallen by the wayside, haven't they, John? They need someone to give them a helping hand, some kind of good Samaritan to come along the way. It's painful. It's painful.
It's not been going well for them at the moment, of course, with those roster shifts that we talked about a lot at the start of the tournament. I mean, it feels like they just haven't quite managed to bring it back up to the standard that we've come to expect from a roster, from a team, from a name like Destiny. And yeah, they're gonna have to figure something out, because it is not working right now. I mean, not to their best. I mean, they're doing okay. Don't get me wrong, but it's not as good as the ceiling of the players involved.
Yeah, and speaking of the Good Samaritan, John, you know, we also have to talk about the ill intent, which is Eastern Stars for me right now. I feel like they are monstrous in terms of their capability to clear finish out games, but there's also that ill intent involved where I'm like, why do you make these odd plays that seem not to make any sense? I feel like Eastern Stars is a very smart team. It's a very good team. They have some great players on side. So why stay out in the circle for so long and be taking all these shots, and then you called it perfectly. A third party comes in quickly. Those shots are not hard to miss, especially when the circle was closed that much.
Yeah, and they got caught in the blue. They stayed too long. Nexus Gaming, I mean, you could have just taken one shot at them, and that might have been enough to just kill the entire team, because they have to slow down so much in the blue. But they stayed. They stayed for so long that it allowed even Deus Sirens a chance to move, which they didn't take, unfortunately. And excuse me, were able to move forwards into that vacuum. But yeah, I mean, it felt unlike, it was uncharacteristic for Eastern Stars. But we're going to head to a short break. When we go back, we're going to go to the analyst desk, and hopefully James won't gloat too much. We'll see you there.
I don't know what it is about Kalaris. I swear these matches are not pre-recorded. It's not like he has the ability to see into the future. He just seeming somehow to know that whatever team he picks is going to win a chicken dinner. Exquisite Décode able to take that one down. And Max, man, well, your team didn't do squat. Jace Capsule here, the host. And let's start to dive into this. You know what, Kalaris, we'll give you a few seconds here to gloat about your prediction game.
You know what? With great power comes great responsibility. So I'm not going to gloat, Max. I'm simply just going to stand here and say, I back it up! I back it up, Max! What are you thinking?
Kalaris, we had a gentleman's agreement before this PMPL. We were not going to read the script, okay? I believe you broke that gentleman's agreement and you read it, okay? You know which team's going to win every time. That's not cool. That's not fine.
I can't believe I have these powers, Jason.
Make sure you use them for good, though. Don't use them for evil. Unless that form of being evil is to screw over Max, then I completely support it.
That's fine.
Extreme Slayers, second place, 19 points. ChasMac, though, their best game in what feels like 2 weeks. They get themselves 13 points and one step closer to being safe.
ChasMac Gaming here, we're in a position where, of course, one of the worst positions I would say, and I think a lot of people can agree, is Quarry when it comes to this entire map of Sanhok. And they were in a position where teams are just coming their way and they were just picking them up one by one. You had, I believe it was Team Doom and also LMV that were inside Quarry itself. So off the back of that, they were able to get a few kills and, of course, survive on the more eastern edge of the circle. So it was a pretty standard position, and able to get himself top 3 is really strong. But I think this might be the game that allows them to make it into the Super Weekend, but we still need to see a little bit more of this team, I would say.
I will say, Jason, in this top 2 situation, Exquisite Décode and Xtreme Slayers, as much as, yes, I predict Exquisite Décode to win, this was by no means a foregone conclusion. Xtreme Slayers have, in what is theoretically speaking, a better place in those later circles for then Exquisite Décode to have to push on. But Xtreme Slayers looked kind of lost in how they were they didn't have much information as to where their opponents was going to be coming from. They weren't looking in that direction. And then Exquisite Décode did do a fantastic push-up based on that. But Xtreme Slayers could have, in theory, held out much better than they did during those final moments.
Max?
I was trying to not talk. I don't want to talk about this, Jason. Okay, don't. I mean, 3 points for Big. Okay, it happened. The circle kept just going away from him. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, you're talking about Big. Oh, I wasn't even trying to be mean. I was talking about Destiny. You know, 0 points.
I mean,
they're Destiny not out just yet, but they're not looking good.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were waiting for me to talk about Big at some point. But yeah, Destiny too.
Oh yeah, you predicted Big. Oh right. Oh crap. Oh, that's awkward.
Circles just kept moving away from them, Jason. Yeah. It was like Destiny.
Good old luck. But yeah, Destiny need to definitely catch up. These rotations seemed like they were doing them uneducated, not really putting too much time into scouting, so they just jumped into a team and got taken out. So very unfortunate for them. So hopefully they can do better in the next games today.
Oh, we can see here our top players from the last match. He's actually going to be, I think, for the first time, making his way here into the top 3, as we have him, Poppy, and Alicio as well, our MVP from week 1, our MVP from last season when it came to the finals. Not a lot of damage, but then again, it is Sanhok. Kind of expected, right, Kalaris?
I mean, the crazy thing about LMV here is the fact that they had almost as rough a position as ChasMac, if not rougher, to have to deal with around that quarry area, but still were able to make things happen. They moved down into the quarry, and then when you're trying to transition out of that, it's so difficult, but they did make a game of this. So I'm very impressed, considering that I feel they had one of the rougher times in the later game.
I'm actually impressed that they got themselves such high damage. I think that mainly came down to the very final moments of this game, because they had the circle coming their way a lot of the time, and that also allowed them to have a very good opportunity to close off that game, because they had literally all the resources you could ever ask to close off a game. An insane amount of smokes to cross over to Xtreme Slayers, a lot of nades. Also, you saw Reznov and Alicio having some of the most amazing, and I don't know if I would say lucky nades, but they had some nades where I'm like, how the hell did that connect? And they actually connected every single time. The fact that they had all those resources ready for that push on Xtreme Slayers really comes through in the overall damage and kills that they were able to get towards the end.
It was that first nade. I don't know who threw it, but I believe it went onto Halls. It was Alicio onto Halls, and then he like downs them, and then that's like the kind of go time, because they know they have the man advantage, right? And they saw Reznov sneak towards the back end side of the warehouse to throw through the ceiling. That was just really well executed. Again, it comes down to like those one knocks sometimes to just open up an entire fight. And well, Exquisite, we need to take a look at their stats in this last match. I know Reznov didn't make it into our top players, but for me, Kalaris, he personally had the MVP of that match, at least in my eyes. Again, those nades he threw were fantastic to really open things up in the warehouse.
Yeah, so that warehouse, I feel like is almost a bit of a trap, if I'm honest, for any team that's kind of sat in there, and Exquisite Décode UK understood that perfectly. Not only were they able to push up against it with the rocks in between those compounds, which were the perfect tool for them to be able to push up against it, but then they also took multiple angles, which Xtreme Slayers had no cover of whatsoever, and then there's that slit in between the wall and the roof that they were able to use to perfection. I mean, the thing that enabled this so strongly to start with was some of the nades that they sent forwards to even get a knock and then be able to push up on those angles. So Exquisite Décode, this was a SWAT team for this game, and they played this really, really well.
Okay, well, you know, I remember you're talking about their Instagram. Isn't Daddy under the weather? Like I remember seeing a post by him like talking about how he's been feeling sick for like the last like week or something, and that's why they had a little bit of a struggle. He had a little bit of a struggle when it came to the Super Weekend, and I mean he's still putting up 300 damage here. I mean he's the lower end of the team, but the team won, right? So it doesn't really matter if you have 0 damage or 1,000 damage. All that matters is that Maxima doesn't predict you to win.
That's correct. And they also actually, I think, brought on another analyst or coach, I believe, in Rambo, according to their Instagram as well. So good to see kind of like them even rounding out the roster even further to the point where, you know, they're just, it seems like everything is slowly working out. Even though they had a rough day yesterday, I still think, you know, as you can imagine, the last 2 times that they've won things out, I've predicted them to win, and they're doing it really, really well. Yeah.
I mean, it's fully deserved too, right? Because we had some aspects of their gameplay that we talked about in week 1 where we asked them to try and improve upon, and they found those issues very quickly and fixed them on the go so efficiently, I would say. Also able to make it at the late game as a 3-4 man whiz on the side of Reznov, of course. That helps a lot. Like this week 1 potentially wouldn't have happened for Exquisite Décode, especially in the league play, but now they've improved, and this is a team that's just getting better and better every single time, and they can potentially become #1 in the finals if they just keep improving in such a way. Is really impressive.
Well, before we head into the schedule, I think it's time to update you guys on our top 10 fraggers overall in the entire event. And, you know, Carlos, I'm not going to throw it to you first. I'm actually throwing it to Maxman, who he thinks is going to be our top fragger.
Top fragger, wait, for what period exactly? For the entire league play?
Or this league play? For
this league play, top fragger. I want to go with Kapahala on this one. Essentially.
Oh, yeah. Okay, after I got Kapala yesterday, yeah.
You get my technique, yeah? Little yoink mine now.
Smart. Yeah. Oh, this is tough. This is really tough. I don't know. I'd have to go with Kapala as well, I guess. I know that's a cop-out, but that's, yeah.
Well, so if you have the Blesser saying Kapahala, the Cursor saying Kapahala, I don't know what the answer is going to be. Oh, well, it's going to be Kapahala.
Far ahead.
I mean, normally a positive and a negative turns out being a negative, but no, Kapala is still going to be on top there with 16 kills total. That is impressive for the very small amount of games he's had. 5 games total so far for Eastern Stars, and able to get himself 16 kills is insane. Elicio, though, he's closing that gap, and for that MVP, if Elicio becomes MVP of PMPL 2 seasons back-to-back, that would just set a precedent for the next year of like Elicio being potentially the best player in the region when it comes to potential fragging power. This guy's just so on board.
He's got MVP in his name. Like, it's not fair. No one else had a chance.
So does Daddy, but he's not there yet. So, but I mean, shade aside, no, I love that team. But actually, looking at this quickly here, Jason, I'm impressed that Xtreme Slayers has got a few people here as well. As much as I feel like they did look a little bit lost in that late game in this previous game, last week was just not great. But this week is looking much better.
All right, well, this round's going to be over on Erangel with Group D sitting out. So Exquisite Décode off the back of that chicken dinner. They don't get to ride the high of that one. They just get to sit back and relax and watch the rest of the teams participate as they're looking a little bit closer to getting safe into this next Super Weekend. It's time to bring in our commentators to bring you the second round. So we got Jonna and Blink joining me once again. Boys, it's coming home, clearly.
Absolutely. That's the only thing we can draw from that. It's phenomenal. We love it.
It's on its way. Packages delivered by Royal Mail, the Royal House of Mail, signed for by the Queen, and we shall have our victory. We're heading over to Erangel now, Mr. John. It should be fun. I mean, obviously, like the boys said, Exquisite Décode UK will be sitting this one out, but Unicorns will love Super Young roster coming in. Super Young roster starting to become one of my favorite teams. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Strategic geniuses. That's what I like in them. That's my favorite part. And I mean, they have Alush, who is seemingly immortal for the majority of the game. I'm not sure how that happens, but you know, I feel like he sold his soul to the devil somewhere, and he was like, "I shall be free from all harm until the last 2 minutes."
Only the blue zone may do damage to me.
Yeah.
It's in the rules, I think. I mean, I haven't fully read them, I have to be honest. But hopefully...
Who reads rules anyway?
Exactly. Well, I hope the players have, because they need to abide by them. Certainly very important. But we're going to be getting into our Erangel game of the day, and it's going to be kicking us off with a fairly central plane path. Blank, I want to talk a little bit about something Max said on the desk. He said normally a positive and a negative makes a negative, but that only happens when you're talking about multiplication, right? If you multiply a positive number and a negative number, it turns negative, right? That's just how the numbers work. If we're talking strictly real numbers, of course, this is.
I mean,
but if you look at it additively, yeah, exactly. If you look at this additively, what we can tell is that James's blessings are stronger than Max's curse, because when they both predict the same thing, the prediction is right. And that means the strength of James's blessings is stronger or greater than, the magnitude of the blessing is greater than the magnitude of the cursing. So James, if you want to be kind to teams, you need to predict the same thing as Max in order to maintain stability in the universe.
Exactly. I think that's exactly where this needs to go. And purely, the thing is that right now, darkness is at its weakness, and we need to really buff up the light. In this situation, Kalaris' light is strong, and Max's darkness, it is weakening day by day. And we shall continue to weaken and watch his power wane as we continue through the tournament. So if you guys don't want Max to continue cursing these teams, I humbly request that you all post vigils tonight, ward off against Max's dark powers. Though they are scary. I've seen him summon ice cream before. That was incredible. I did have some, though it did taste evil.
It tasted devilish. That's me. Oh dear. Well, one can only hope that James's powers wax greatly, and we'll see how that progresses over the course of the tournament. Circle, pretty heavy southwest shift. Sorry?
Does have a bit of a moonhead anyway, doesn't it? Who are we talking about? Wait, who are you being mean to? Kalaris, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
All right, back to the game. Ooh, the shade of it all.
Oh dear.
Not much in this case. Conqueror. Conqueror is towards farm side. It's a nice position to start up in. We've got the 4-man split, which will keep them safe for the time being. Eastern Stars at Novo. Interesting. No Deus Sirens here to actually beat them to this position. And you know what? Milta, it ain't it, boys. Milta Power is not a happy place to be. Therefore, Eastern Stars happy to take up the juicy loot down towards Novo, which I can't pronounce the rest of that now. I just tried and I was like, I've always called it Novo. I've never tried to call it by its first name. But we did have a team in North America, John, called B4. I think you remember them quite closely. They always start in towards Novo. And they were also late rotators, just like Eastern Stars. But by the time they got into the circle, they were so looted up, so geared up, that they were ready to take on anyone. It was a very good plan, and hopefully Eastern Stars can maybe replicate it here.
Novo Repnoye. That's what I'm going with. Novo Repnoye.
Yeah.
I don't know. If anyone in production can correct me on that, I would greatly appreciate it. But we're going to stick to Novo for now, and so are Eastern Stars. Destiny, in the meantime, they went for the Stalba-Kameshki split in the northeastern side. No Exquisite Décode UK to take Lipovka. This time it's going to be occupied, well, not quite yet, by TSC. Production has confirmed that I have Novo Repnoye right, which I'm very proud of myself for. And I will gloat about it for a while. Yeah, well, certainly in the DMs with Blank. You can say oh dude, I struggle with that one sometimes, to be fair.
Thank you. You call it curry.
I call it quince. Actually, it was weird.
Quincy.
Yeah. Quincy Quarry.
Quincy Quarry. Very good. I like it. Oh, you just revealed you can say it. Whoa.
Yeah, only if I'm really focusing.
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better.
I have to wind up like a spirit bomb, as Jason was saying earlier. I have to wind up.
That's Jason's go-to. Anyway, this is turning into a podcast now about PUBG Mobile and every facet in between. So we could do this at a later date, but right now we have a game to focus on. Big over towards Severny at the moment, John. Obviously, Mickey's out wide, but not as wide as he was before, all the way towards Unicorns of Love in the midst, playing that fifth man, so you would have your fist over there, John. But in this situation, Mickey's like, it wasn't enjoyable last time I went over there. So this time, I will refrain from making my approach and instead just head up towards the hillsides and watch down towards Unicorns of Love position to see where they head off next. Super Young roster team I was talking about before, they're just underneath South George, can move in towards hostilities, but most likely will go to scout on Everest, which is not a bad idea whatsoever.
Just doubling up on the Teslas, making sure that they have the right skin on both of them. A little bit. I mean, it changes the engine noises as well, so potential there.
Exactly. I mean, you've got to jailbreak the Tesla here and make sure it's running to its fullest max potential. And in this case, they're jailbreaking other cars into becoming Teslas. So, okay. You like?
I mean, that's impressive. I'll be honest.
That's next. That's next.
That's very cool. Game Lord there moving around through the hills to the south of school on the eastern end of Pachinki, a little bit far out from that at the moment, but everybody else still vying for position. A southwestern circle, and I feel like at the moment the military base, like it's in the circle, but for some reason I don't get a military circle feeling from this one.
You know what? I'm going to completely disagree and say this is a Sosnovka military base ending. This is a big Snosnovka ending, right?
Sosinovi.
It's a Sosinovi. Yeah, you know, I can just imagine Jason's big schnoz over there down towards military base, just attracting the circle on its way. So I'm ready for it. That's what I want. Snosnovka. If everyone can pray for a bit of Snosnovka, I'd be happy with it. But yeah, I think it would be an interesting one purely because, you know, we have so many teams that, like you said, they are roaming around this central area. For Romanian Boys, once again, growling, barking at anyone else in Gatco at the moment who comes even anywhere near close to them, controlling the majority of this area. It feels funny because, like, whenever 4 Romanian Boys are in here, you know, Gatco is theirs. No one even dares challenge them. Everyone checks if 4 Romanian Boys are in the game, but they're not. Everyone's like, ooh, I love a piece of that pie.
Piece of pie. Ooh. What's your favourite sort of pie? What's your favourite sort of pie?
Pecan pie.
Pecan pie. Okay, all right. There you go.
Pecan pie.
Fair enough.
What about you?
What?
What about you?
What?
How do you feel about pies?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Destiny on the northeastern side now being consumed by the blue over near Stelba, and they're going to have to make their way down southwest. I mean, they had the longest rotation in this lobby, and the question I have is, you know, what path are they looking to take here? Swinging out to the west, I mean, may seem like a better idea, given where the plane path started. It was kind of a little bit eastward leaning, so maybe the west is a little bit more open, but you've got about 4 teams that could prove to be really, really tricky on that western edge. Whereas you look at what's happening on the east, you have that line around Pachinki that's difficult to get through, but you can get into the circle around Potato Hill with TSC as really your only rival there. So there's a few options for Destiny, but I feel like neither are super good, and they're a little bit slow off the mark here.
Yeah, I'd say the same. I mean, they've been taking a while to get down here. Equally, though, Unicorns of Love, Super Young roster, this feels like there hasn't been much of much foresight of where they want to go. I think for Super Young roster, the move up towards Everest should have been much, much sooner. There's no way in hell Big should be making it to Everest before you do. You're playing South George, for God's sake. So realistically, Super Young roster very late on the draw. And you can see here, Big is even stopping short of Everest. And I'm going to say that they're doing this because they're not sure whether someone's already on top. Because realistically, they should be. It's not a Snosnovka, unfortunately, guys. John was right. We're heading over towards Pachinki. So an interesting ending, though. Either way, we're happy with it. Lots of field area around here. You've got chopsticks available to you, Pachinki itself available too. So a lot of interesting areas, which is going to encourage a lot of fighting because not a huge amount of space to work with here.
A team that we were paying attention to particularly was Unicorns of Love, certainly yesterday and today as well. They're 32 points and they need to try and make their way in. And it always felt like they were getting one or maybe even two if they were lucky, sort of good movements during the games, but then they were just falling short after that. I think in this game, they have been too slow. I mean, they got to North George late. It was a late on the rotate. They took a little bit too much time there, and now they're kind of stuck behind 3 teams. Whereas realistically, 2 of those teams should in no way be ahead of them in these scenarios. You've got Big and Destiny who have priority on those bridges. I mean, maybe now they've managed to get ahead of Destiny because they broke out a little bit further west, but Unicorns of Love, again, a little bit slow. And it seems to be a lot of these teams in the Northwest just moving slow. Maybe they know something about the ground we don't.
Maybe, I don't know. It looks like Unicorns of Love is rotations as slow as someone who decided to put ice in the freezer to 4. So it's a bit odd, to be honest with you, in my opinion. You know, that western side, like you said, completely free. And if any of the teams have been doing their homework, their research, should know that really the only team that plays towards the western side is LMV, who literally hides their face in Primos for the majority of the game, and then 4 Romanian Boys play towards the center of Gatka. So everything should be free from Quarry to the western compounds. So there's no reason why Unicorns of Love shouldn't be having a good spot towards the beginning of the game.
Unfortunate for LMV, though, they lose Talon. Taken off the pretty important hillsides. I mean, we talked about a little bit, I think, in a circle that we had near this area yesterday. This hillside where LMV and Vodafone Giants are right now is prime real estate, really, for control over this circle. It's fairly central as well in this one, which is something that doesn't often happen around this area. Eastern Stars are going to be looking to crash onto it, but you've got Nexus, who they were fighting with, and was caused their downfall in the last game to hold them out on the other side of the bridge. So Eastern Stars have to move through Nexus Gaming to be able to get into a viable position here. I mean, barring a few really heavy shifts going their way, they are going to have to cross here.
Well, they will have to cross, John, but do they have to cross now? No. The circle's still on them. And the only reason that Nexus can afford to take this position towards Lighthouse as well as Gas Station, holding out Eastern Stars, is because the shift hasn't been so drastic towards the northern side. As soon as that happens, they will have to leave the spot and find something more favorable to them, in which case Eastern Stars can start to make their approach into the circle. Right now, they just need to play on the defensive.
I feel like everybody's second-guessed these rotations because TSC were on the eastern side and they've gone all the way west now. They are right in the midst of the beast, in the belly of it. Big certainly has the outlook with it. But they were all the way on the eastern side. Destiny broke out west. Big went west from Severny. Both of the Georgia Pole teams stayed on the western edge as well. And you've now got the majority of teams out on the west, despite the plane path being east. So maybe a few bum calls in the future for some of these IGLs when they expect more people to be on the eastern side.
I am very confused, to say the least, because for most people, coming down towards Hospital to that south side of Everest is the entry point for a lot of these teams. It's clear ground, it's fields towards the compounds in the future. And all of these teams are already there in the first place, all trying to squeeze their way in. Like you said, they've all moved to that west side where majority of teams have headed. So it's a bit odd. We are seeing 4 Romanian Boys going head-to-head against TSC at the moment. They've not moved too much of the 4 Romanian Boys, but already 2 quick knocks coming their way. One from Xtreme Slayers off in the distance, so TSC getting a little bit of help.
We've got Royal and Doran operating in these compounds, though. TSC haven't got the flushes just yet. Potential to get people back up, but that time is ticking. Ex Machina, they're down, but not quite out just yet. First aid forced out as the off angle is good from Royal to spot out Yaya. I think that was Royal anyway. It might have been an off angle, a third party from Pappy or Xtreme Slayers there. In the midst of it all, they have managed to find some positions on the hillside, some footholds there. Ticking away, I don't think Ex Machina can get back up here. I feel like just too isolated. No point in actually going out for the flush as well, because you know you can control the ground. Yeah, there we go. And actually, yeah, there was Muzi getting the kill over onto Ex Machina on the outside.
Yeah, it was a good shot coming through. Eastern Stars now making their way across, and they all jump off the bridge, move past Nexus on the beach side, and they're all stumped by this. Eastern Stars is going to get ahead of them, and Nexus is no longer in a good spot. The only reason you play here is to hold out people from Sosnovka. There's no one on Sosnovka anymore. Leave! There's no reason to be here.
Yeah, well, you know what? Ooh, they're going to have even a tougher time of it. Zero lands a headshot. I think that was an Orm as well. I think coming up in the kill feed there. Team Doom from across the way there. Across the bay on the eastern side of them. For Romanian Boys, 2 of them left. Look at us continue to hold against TSC. This crash has been going on for quite a while, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been more third parties than we've seen right now. I mean, Xtreme Slayers taking a couple of shots down, sure, but Big, Unicorns of Love, ChasMac Gaming, they're all on the western edge, and none of them are moved close here. I mean, TSC have been very lucky to have the time that they've had to push into this compound, play it a little bit slow and steady.
Yeah, they've had some help from people around the way. Fresh takes a knock over from Big on that western side.
Flush.
And a flush as well. That is unfortunate.
Doran gets knocked as well. Now it's just Royal left standing. TSC, one of them is down. Of course, they lost Tamtam earlier, which means that it is a 1 versus 2, but Vatoni will get rezzed. The circle comes in. This is interesting now for the teams on the western edge. A really hard shift comes on through. And the teams have a little bit more chance. There's a big hillside there that's great territory. ChasMac Gaming first to have a foot in there.
I mean, there's small compounds towards Vodafone Giants, but other than that, it's fields. Towards the forested side of the map, over towards where Unicorns of Love and Big are, that's a literally playable area. This circle is horrific. It is gross, and teams will be dying very, very quickly.
The Eastern Stars have something against Nexus Gaming right now, because this is the second game they've just been camping them on the blue, not sailing into this next circle, not moving up. Super young roster having to move as well. I mean, you spoke about how they were tactically, how strong they were. It seems like they want to guard out Nexus Gaming, so it feels like everybody has it out for them, certainly in this game. Xtreme Slayers need to push in as well past excuse me spot.
This is actually not the worst position in the world for a super young roster at the moment. John, you know, they have a lot of cover to play around with. It's just a bit... Oh,
oh dear. Excuse me, taking shots across the way. Team Doom trying to move into those fields, trying to play there. Destiny, in the meantime, have managed to get through the net and find themselves in the hillside, the wooded area. Playable, certainly. ChasMac Gaming have started to spread out as well. TSC have sequestered themselves in the foothills there. Unicorns of Love and Big both yet to move in as Conqueror bring up the rear on the northern side.
yeah, I think for Unicorns of Love, it just seemed to be allergic to that band around the circle at the moment. GK First makes the first move after a couple of knocks go over towards Big, meaning they have a bit of opportunity to get in, but they are swinging right past the guys on Destiny. GK First arrives at the location towards the remaining Big players and tries to take them down.
Oh dear, Unreal does take a knock, and that's coming in from Game Lord as well. Narvalo able to do that job. A lot more players from Big going down, going pretty low there. They only have now Duxton left and all the way into the center of the circle. So Unicorns of Love have taken that threat away from them. Now they have to fight up against Destiny. There's Game Lord and Team Doom still duking it out in the middle of the field. Team Doom finally getting eliminated, and Game Lord can pick up the pieces, but there's so many third parties. A little bit over to the southwestern edge, you've got LMV and Xtreme Slayers going head to head as Xtreme Slayers just get wiped out yet again. And LMV stay alive. On the northwestern edge, it's still Unicorns of Love to push in as they find Destiny in the hillsides.
3 players alive for Unicorns of Love now. ChasMac Gaming. Remember, Unicorns of Love, yes, it's not being the worst in the world for them so far in this Super Week, in this league play, but they still need to put up some points if they want to make it to the Super Weekend. I'm just checking now for everybody at home because I want to know how far they've actually done so far in this, but looks like my stats aren't working currently, sadly, but we'll check in with that just in a little bit later. I'm sure we'll have it after the game. But Unicorns of Love, I don't think they were in the worst position in the world at the beginning of this, so with 32 points after yesterday. So I think with a strong 30 points again, or even less than that, they'll be well within their rights to make it into the Super Weekend.
I mean, you feel like 20 is going to do it. Hang on a minute. GK First running people down in the hills. Okay, fair enough. If you want to get points, that's the way to do it. It is very GK First. That is right. I've heard that before. Vodafone Giants bombarding against the Eastern Stars. This compound is far away, and the circle's going to push both of these teams. Vodafone Giants, obviously, with the advantage in this situation. They can control how long this fight takes. They have the outside positions. They have the control on the exits. and on most of these vehicles as well. Eastern Stars need a miracle to be able to get out of this one early.
Is Eastern Stars playing do-si-do with Ulysses at the moment? Very sad.
Kapahala nade to the top there. Athis looks to pick it up as well. Destiny continue to take punishment as Unicorns of Love continue to go well. The nade out the side from Octavian as Eastern Stars try and hold their compound. Both Athis and Kapahala and 4 players alive for the Vodafone Giants. Bazzi makes a break for it. Out from the side into the buggy, but I think that was a wheel spin coming on through. And there's the shot. Sebi takes down the player holding on the opposite angle. Octavian falls and now Bazzi needs to get away if Eastern Stars want any more points in this game. Unicorns of Love starting to take punishment on the northwestern edge as Nexus Gaming. They nade themselves almost out of existence there. And everybody's going at loggerheads. I think that's Destiny going down very, very low. Not many players left for them.
No, not many players left at all for Destiny. Beg for Mercy is on the floor. Eastern Stars, I mean, I think they made a critical mistake there, and it goes against everything they were doing that game, which is playing so slowly on the outside, waiting for an opportunity to move in, and then suddenly take a fight over a compound that's not even in the circle. So very, very odd indeed. Ulysses heads up to position within here, but he's playing runabouts of him.
There's backup though coming through. Yeah, there's backup coming through for the Vodafone Giants. So despite one not going in, that is going to be dealt with. Big finally eliminated. 4 Romanian Boys also finally eliminated. Unicorns of Love, they've taken 2 knocks just in a fraction of a second, and now GK First needs to try and pick them up or get them into some sort of safety. Only Whiskey is there, but it's ChasMac Gaming who are looking their way from the south side. I mean, they looked like they had a really good spot into these final circles, and it seems that that's coming through to bear. GK First moves closer, looks for these reses. Aza trying to control the ground, but the smokes are good. The smokes are in. The circle's shrinking. They do have some time.
Regardless of what happens here, 27 players alive, 10 teams. So if Unicorns of Love can get back up to full strength, they will be a strong team within this lobby for a little while longer. Eastern Stars finally go out Bazzi all the way out in the blue over there. Vodafone Giants just trying to hang on as long as possible. Really, there's a desperation spot. And the circle moves away from them. It's going to be very difficult for them to get out of that shack into a better position. So they've got to hope that the circle drops down their way. ChasMac's got a very big split at the moment. They're holding a lot of area to themselves.
TSC continue to move up with the blue zone, crawling on these hillsides. On the eastern edge, circle goes right on top of Conqueror. Vodafone Giants have a sliver.
Luckily, their shack's still in it. Victor from Game Lord trying to make something work. I believe he is roundabouts the last player there for Game Lord themselves, which is not a bad thing. I think they're far too often than not, you know, Victor's not the last player alive for them, and that, in my opinion, goes badly. The Victor's really been putting up some numbers for Game Lord at the moment.
Could be tricky. Run down potentially there. If they spotted him, do they even know he's there? Did they just sail straight past him and now he can jump up from the grass and take them all down? Oh no, excuse me. An inch from getting a mile, but with it, actually, the rest of the team's going down as well. Conqueror now locked in a 1 versus 1. Prada tries to swivel things around, looking for the nade onto Clink. I don't think he knows exactly where he is, but the shots start to come through, and he's going to know now, but the spray is good. Prada, I didn't even know that Albert was still alive on these hillsides, but now in the 1 versus 1. Now, excuse me, are down pretty low, but Clink finally falls, and that was chaos on the hillsides, Blank.
Yeah, that's one of the worst fights I've ever seen. The fact that they locked up and man just slipped underneath the axle and then was like, I'm not dead. I must kill.
Have you ever seen The Edge of Tomorrow, where he rolls out from the march line underneath the vehicle, but has to like try 3 times before he stops getting crushed? It's that.
That was pretty much what happened there. And by stroke of luck, or I don't know, perhaps he's going back in time. We'll never know for sure. He has created this and made it happen. Lin skirts around the side of the fire just before the blue hits him, and it's not the tasty blue of water. It is hurtful blue.
Oh dear. And more players from Unicorns of Love taking a tumble. I think it's just GK First now standing behind the tree with Rolkis. Looks for the res, want to put this pressure on. ChasMac Gaming moving forward. Shadow went down. First strike into the circle. And Vodafone Giants still trying to just hold it on out. Victor, the last player for Game Lord, still alive. And the reses still haven't come through for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's them dead now. Nice nade from Albert. We'll take down Unicorns of Love. What was nice, though, is that GK First, the typical solo member, was absolutely adamant on getting his friendly member back up again. So, you know, that's a change of pace for me in terms of GK First. The GK First have always been like, you're worthless to me. Broken your leg. I'm leaving you.
You are but weight upon my coattails. I shall fly without you. But no, he stays. He sticks by his team this time around. Excuse me, looking to put the pressure down. But ChasMac Gaming, I feel like ChasMac Gaming have controlled this ground really, really well. They've moved through it. They've been proactive in striking out, and you can see their Shadow One even continuing to move forwards. The next circle goes their way, but they have fought for this ground. I mean, they were on the hillside first, and they haven't let anyone else really have a shout at controlling it properly.
No, not at all. Here's Victor, very close quarters.
There goes Victor.
Ulysses, he sees him almost immediately.
Oh dear. Shadow One. They spot the push from Vodafone Giants. Ulysses along the ridgeline, and they finally get the shots. You can control the hillside if you like, but Vodafone Giants, they know how to play the game. Ulysses does get knocked in response. Prada moves up from the hillside for Excuse Me with Albert as well. 2 players alive here for Excuse Me on the eastern side.
To be honest with you, I'm going to be biased in this situation. I really hope that Vodafone Giants win this game because the way they played in league play looks so strong, and I was so glad to see such a massive change from a team that has remained steadfast over many, many tournaments and not changed the roster too much at all. Vodafone Giants, it's going to be difficult now. Excuse Me really put on the hurt where it mattered most during that fight.
ChasMac Gaming continue to exercise control here. 4 players alive. Ulysses, oh, he's got the side swipe, he's got the angle. Albert hits the deck and doesn't take full damage there. A lot to be sent in, sure, but not going to be back on in. There's the Molotov, isolate the position, force him a little bit further up the hill. Needs to be worried about ChasMac Gaming. Shadowen moving in with the buggy. Again, just crunching in every single angle possible. Going out for that scout, getting the information. A nade comes through from Vodafone Giants and takes down Albert. And around the foothills, they swing. Prada looks to control it. Looks to push on towards that buggy and stop the pressure, but what? Okay, hang on a minute. Hey, sir. What the hell was that? What the hell? What is going on? Blank, they're just riving all over the hillside and just wipe everyone out. ChasMac Gaming. End the game.
Oh, dear me.
I love that angle. Credit to production for catching that, because it was like a tense fight between 2 of these duos, right? And then just is like, I triumph.
Yeah,
buggy.
You know, like the like in theatre where the old hook comes out from the side of the curtains. Whoop! You're gone. Yeah, that was great.
Dear.
That was a great ending, an unexpected ending. I think to be fair to ChasMac, it looked like they got impatient and they wanted to win. And they had 4 players, so why not just drive them all down? And yeah, that's so if you're watching, that's not how you do the press ups and roll underneath the US. That's not how that works. So Albert gets it wrong the second time. So at least we know he's not going back in time to sort these things out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, certain, or maybe, you know, maybe he got killed, or he killed the, I can't remember the plot. It's so convoluted, but Tom Cruise looked great in it as always. The man is a shining porcelain figure of an actor, but we're going to be going into, I mean, looking at that game, ChasMac Gaming controlled the hill, right? Like they had it on the western side. Thinking back about the game, okay, let's say it that way, but it is. They controlled the hill really, really well. They didn't let the teams big, Unicorns of Love on the Northwest, get into it. They had a really good wide split over a lot of, as you highlighted before, a lot of the playable ground in those final circles. A lot of it was the field. They controlled maybe 50% of it at all times.
Yeah, he was very well done, and I think the fact they had vehicles for so long was a big part that played in that. I think for Excuse Me, you know, Vodafone Giants could have potentially gone head-to-head with ChasMac, but I think Excuse Me timed their fight very well. They waited until a knock came through to Vodafone Giants and then added an additional one, which brings Vodafone Giants' numbers really, really down. Vodafone Giants obviously were happy about it, wanted to go fight versus Excuse Me, and they felt like they were the only 2 ones in the lobby just throwing punches at one another, and then suddenly, you know, get just run over from the wayside, and then the credits roll. So it was great ending, to say the least. But there were a lot of confusion for me during that game, John. A lot of slow rotates, Eastern Stars taking a fight that I don't think they should have done. Unicorns of Love could have moved so much sooner. Super young roster not scouting out towards Everest. It's all very, very strange to me.
I mean, there were a couple of difficult plays, and I think it all comes down to the fact that so many teams second-guessed themselves and went to the western side of these final circles. I mean, I know maybe it's minor, but you don't expect that many teams to be making the same play that you are, and sometimes it just happens like that. When there's not as many options as you're used to, sometimes you do make those wrong calls. Sometimes you do make those decisions where maybe you wouldn't do in other scenarios.
Yeah, perhaps. I think that a lot of teams did get caught out by that particular. The South Hospital rotation is rough because you are going to be coming into a multitude of teams down there anyway, because it's difficult to get through. Victor gets hit by that grenade, and it makes him look like Mario, where he jumps into the air like, oh, Jesus Christ. A few coins spout out of him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Victor back in the game.
That's Sonic, not Mario, that mechanic.
That's rings, you imbecile.
Yeah, no, I know, but the whatever. But yeah, I mean, fair enough. I'll tell you who also looked a little bit. I'll tell you who also looked a little bit ropey, and I mean, they just came up on the screens. Destiny. They have had a really bad week so far, and this is not what we came to expect from this roster. I think with that game, I don't think they got many points. They went down pretty early. They can't have got too many points, and they were in the bottom 4 to start the game. Oh my
God.
When are they going to step up? It was so close, right? It was so close for Clink.
He smelled rubber. That was incredible. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Destiny's doing well at all. And to be honest with you, it's got to the point now where I'm ignoring them until they show me that they can do something well. They just don't give me enough to talk about. And it is unfortunate because they did get kind of gutted and then replaced with other gutted parts. So yeah, a bit sad for Destiny. I think with more time, potentially a good team can be there, but it's also unfortunate that the pieces that were taken were placed onto Unicorns of Love and they aren't working in tandem. I mean, for Space Marine, it's fine to have 2 hearts and 2 lungs, but for Unicorns of Love, having 2 hearts in the form of Fresh and GK First just isn't working out.
Yeah, not quite. But we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, the analyst desk will tell you all about why it's a great idea to drive around in those final circles, get those kills, especially when you have the numbers advantage. We'll see you in a few.
Well, we've been worried about the French squad of ChasMac Gaming this entire event so far, but this victory right here, this chicken dinner, might be enough to actually get them into our top 16 to lock in a position into the Super Weekend where they desperately need to start picking up some points. But to be fair, it seems like a lot of teams who didn't qualify last week might be able to do so this week for the first time. Jason Kaplan's still joined by Claris and Maxben to break down that last game. And to be fair, I feel like half of the way through, now it wasn't a prediction before the game started, but about halfway through, Claris, there were some rumblings I heard backstage with all of us, us Imperium and Copter, about ChasMac Gaming probably being able to take the win here.
I mean, if you look at the split that they had and the amount of circle that they were controlling, and when you see that kind of thing, especially in an unusual circle where you've got so much prominent field being a part of the circle, and then it actually shifts up towards the woods, where I felt like they had the best position. Yeah. And hands down, they did, Max. It's fair to say they had a decent split across that area. They had good control of it, and anybody coming their way was going to have a hard time displacing them.
The only big threat, I would say, in this game for ChasMac Gaming was Unicorns of Love that were right up north of their position. They had a pretty strong dip, too, to hold on to, but what I'm happy to see coming out from ChasMac Gaming, especially in this game, is we sometimes see teams go for a 2-2 split, or in this scenario, they went for a big 4-man split. And teams sometimes tend to regroup a little bit too late. Here, the timing for them to regroup was right on point. Instantly, you regroup, you take the fight versus Unicorns of Love, you clear the northwest, and then you can shift that focus over to the side of Excuse Me, over to Vodafone Giants, and even the side of Game Lord. The timing on that was on point, allowing them, of course, to put the focus where they needed to be. And then you had the weird car rollout moment at the end. I still cannot explain why that was the plan, but it worked out, so I can't complain. It was fun to watch.
Okay. Well, as we can see here, I mean, Vodafone Giants, again, getting some points they desperately needed. Game Lord as well. They were not looking comfortable at all throughout the first day of play. And Unicorns of Love, I don't think that's a guaranteed victory through into the Super Weekend, but it gets them so damn close that just a couple more points in the next 3 matches for them should be enough.
Yeah, it's still not quite enough for Game Lord. I think I mean, how many games are they still going to have? I think it's 2 they still got to play right now, so they just need to make sure that the 2 last games they have,
for sure,
or just average points or potentially a top 3 to make themselves very, very comfortable. But you have some teams at the bottom here. For Romanian Boys, I'm still surprised. We haven't seen too much. I would love to see at one point the overall rankings here, because for Romanian Boys, I think might be in a very dangerous position to not even make it in the next Super Weekend. After a great first Super Weekend, it would be very surprising for them to not make it.
Yeah, their fall-off's been a bit dramatic, hasn't it? It looked like at the start of this tournament and how they were able to not only frag out and find where, eventually kind of weed out their opponents, but also just the positions that they were taking up. Really, really powerful stuff, but it has not looked quite the same in the last couple of play days.
All right, well, we'd see our top players last match. Albert going to be making his debut here with Excuse Me. Ulysses, I feel like we haven't seen that name in such a long time. I mean, to be fair, Vodafone Giants didn't do too well when it came to Super Weekend. But Victor, if we talk about Victor and Navallo, like that was the 2 standout players out of Game Lord. It's nice to see at least one of them is able to step up here in a very crucial time.
I will say...
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I will say, I feel like Vodafone Giants for me is one of the most impressive teams from this game. Why do I say that? It's because of the transitions that they had to make through this game. If you think about the circles and how they played out, they kind of find themselves in Longwoods as well as that warehouse situation. They win out a fight there, then they transition all the way through the fields, mind you, winning fights, and then get up to the woods north of those fields. Excuse me, this doesn't really happen. Yeah, speaking of excuse me.
Especially taking on Vodafone Giants, that push versus Eastern Stars was amazing. You just had Bazzi was like, oh, I'm out of here. That was too good of a push from Vodafone Giants. Completely left the scene. But yeah, Excuse Me, going to be top damage was 2,528, conversion into 12 kills, which is really strong. But we saw, especially in the top 3 players of this game, Albert is up there. And being someone who actually had the chance to cover the PMNC UK, Albert was a very predominant figure in that entire PMNC tournament. And him being able to get himself a good performance here, I think that Albert might be the rising star for Excuse Me in this entire PMPL.
Okay, bold claim. Also, bold curse. So I feel sorry for you, Albert, now. Hopefully you won't tank the rest of their matches.
I just stop talking. I don't know.
Hey, if you get paid per word, that would be a really bad deal for you. But ChasMac, this team put up 50 points last week when it came to league play. They put up 51 points in the Super Weekend with almost double the amount of matches. But we wanted to compare how are they doing this week in league play compared to last week to see if their averages are going up, averages going down, and actually they're kind of averaging pretty much about the same. So maybe we'd expect them to hit around 50 points yet again.
Could be potentially trying to go that one. Just about a minute average survival time increase, which is really good. A minute, especially when you get towards that 20-minute mark, is actually a really significant increase. So I think they can be pretty proud about themselves. Of course, that's off the back of the win that they literally just got. That does help a significant amount. But in terms of damage, average heals, things haven't changed too much. But it's still so surprising. Yeah, I know, right? Because it's so surprising when you look at last PMPL, you would think, well, now ChasMac Gaming, there was Clash back then. That was a very impressive team coming out from the French PMCO, but it seemed like this is just a shadow of their past selves, and it is very surprising. I don't know what to expect. I think some things might have changed inside the team. Of course, Kalimos is now the new IGL, and before it was MZ, but I still think that there's many things to be worked upon for this team.
Yeah, and actually thinking about it, I feel like, now this is going to be a little bit of an oddball kind of storyline to talk about, but thinking to Exquisite Décode didn't play in the last match, there was a certain player we wanted to focus on in particular. While looking over the numbers, we noticed something a little bit odd with Psychic's his stats. So let's actually throw it up really quickly and get an idea and kind of maybe analyze this compared to the rest of the lobby, i.e. Claris and Maxman. As it's eventually going to come out. There we go. And how much longer I could feel until we got to see it.
That's... Modesty 4, well, it's right on the money there. I would have put that lower if I'm perfectly honest.
Triggering ability pretty high, wouldn't you agree, Bag? That, yeah, you know what? That's fair. I would have put it high, actually. Why is that not at the top of the radar?
He did back it up, Max. He really did.
Because if it goes any higher than that, it starts to trigger me, and that gets very frustrating. But if you look at the top, though, Max, just read that out for us.
Team Blessing 10.
At the top.
Oh, hi. He did back it up, Max. He really did. Okay.
Oh, what do you think about that, Max?
Yeah. Okay.
Love
You have a little
Godzilla.
floof at the bottom. You even have
Yeah.
a little floof.
Did you see your team? Yeah, your team logo.
There you go. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. You know, actually, I should probably start an esports team and just have Floof as the logo, but a bit more of a, an obnoxious Floof face. I can find one.
Yeah, I love how an entire graphic dedicated to talking about Colaris is just an indirect dig at me. Also, it's just everything's a dig at me at this point.
Oh no. Right here, we're inclusive. We love you very much. We're never intending to be mean. But Eastern Stars, first place. Pretty much every team on this front page should be safe. Unicorns live on that cusp though. If we go by the 45-point bubble, plus or minus 2. But I think last week it was around 41 points, if I'm not mistaken. So Unicorns love looking pretty confident to qualify.
This could be a bold statement. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see. But I feel like that bubble might be a little bit lower again. How many games do we have left? No. It'll probably still be around there. I mean, if you look at 32 points for 16th place right now, yeah, we're probably going to be hitting there. But I'm happy to see some of the teams up here. Skip team right now exactly with 40 points.
Oh no! I was about to say we are not seeing four Romanian Boys and Destiny in this race right now to qualify for the Super Weekend.
True.
Destiny especially had a chance to. They've overtaken technically Unicorns of Love in the race up there for the PMGC spot, and them not being able to make it into a Super Weekend would be absolutely horrendous when it comes to their chances in the future. Four Romanian Boys, of course, they're not in that race, but they're still trying to get as many chicken dinners in the Super Weekend, trying to get as much prize pool, and to make sure they qualify into the finals. Even though I'm pretty sure that should be fine if they make it, but
yeah,
it's surprising after such a dominant week 1 from Four Romanian Boys. Week 2, not much is happening.
Listen, just before this, I was like, who the hell is Psychic? But anyway, there you go.
Yeah, I think with the delays we have, it kind of was awkward to fill because it probably already came up and I didn't realize it. But guys, we are about to head into our next match. It's going to be over in Sanhok. It's going to be match number 3 in Group C is going to be sitting out, which means Destiny will be playing. So they're probably going to win now that Max thinks they're not going to qualify for the Super Weekend. But let's bring in some new commentators. You might recognize them from last Super Weekend. You might recognize half of them from just yesterday. We got Copter and Imperium going to be back on the comms here for you guys. What's your thoughts about this prediction game going on the desk? How do you feel about Colaris versus Max? Imperium, I'll start with you because you've known Max for both for such a long time. What's your thoughts?
Look, the Max One curse has been real. Ever since the day I first met him, his curse has resonated with me. I've done my best to suppress it so others don't feel the brunt of it. Whereas Colaris, he's just doing Colaris things over here. He's a man, he's a myth, he's a legend. You saw it, the floof meter rises high within him. And yeah, I'm not really surprised. Hopefully, the look can turn around for Max, just like the looks. Look, Colaris needs to, Copter needs to turn around for Destiny because they are really not looking good.
Yeah, Destiny, definitely, they are not getting the results they're hoping for. And about the predictions, I gotta say, of course, James have been spot on with the predictions so far. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to Max, I mean, what can you expect from the French guys?
Bringing a whole nationality into it, I like it. I thought Finnish people were meant to be, friendly when it came to other nations and all that jazz. But seems like you're a little bit different. I like it, Copter. I like it. The playing path was okay. Phase 1 is complimentary, but it is once again similar to yesterday's Sanhok games in terms of on towards Northwest Island. It's going to really see Eastern Stars and Big. I think Big are going to make a bit of a stronger push to try and control the mountainside area. You can already see Duxon is closer to Bazzi as an example because they don't want to give that over to Eastern Stars like has been the case in previous Sanhok games.
Yeah, we have seen this happening on the first Sanhok game already. That big, they were landing, of course, they're on the western side of the Alpha Island all the time, and now Eastern Stars kind of like taking that southern side. It was clear still last week, so there was no teams landing on that area. There was just 2 teams on the Alpha Island. So now the whole dynamics of the island has changed, and especially now when the circle's going to be shifting that direction, it's going to make a huge difference. So we'll see how that battle's going to go. But of course, they will try to get the people out of the trouble and kind of like keep the form and stack. I think both teams, so they don't take too many risks.
TSC's split drop of 2-1-1. I don't know if they had a couple of glitches trying to drop out of the plane or what happened, but that is an unintelligible 2-1-1 split because they should know that Deus Sirens like to go to Le Quai. I think the 4 Romanian Boys Kampong drop is a little bit different from normal, if I'm not mistaken, and SKP, they're down towards the southwest side. So Bujo and Tam Tam, yeah, I can't see them surviving for much longer in this game unless Vitoni and Jaja want to kind of full send it to the west and join up and try and take that fight. I don't agree with it because they're already dropped by the edge of the circle, but it could be a little bit of a surprise for Deus Sirens.
What is happening here on the eastern side is, of course, when you go to Lakavi, there's hills all around it. So you're kind of like pinched there. So it is very easy to gatekeep those people who's going to be landing on that area. Now we have Deus Sirens, we have TSC, we have 4 Romanian Boys on the same place. So definitely something's going to happen, as we can see already that the battle is going on. But sometimes when you land on Lakavi, you might be faster getting out of it. So if they will make like 1 or 2 players on top of that hill, that sometimes might surprise the team that is actually attacking towards Lakavi, and that's kind of like what needs to be done here. That's the key of getting away, and we can actually see that Deus Sirens, they have some people already on top of that hill, but TSC, they have a very longer split. They have only Tantam inside of it, Vitoni quite far on the back, and then they have the other people also quite far away from the whole situation. So I think that the TSC, they have the most problematic situation, as we can see that Deus Sirens, they're already challenging them on the other side.
Yeah, Vitoni kind of went towards the hill and then has decided to try and disengage, and it's very silly decision making from Vitoni individually. I don't know what was going through his mind. We have to give him an element of benefit of doubt, whether it's an IGL decision or just nobody's perfect and everybody makes a mistake, but it is a bit of a trend we have seen from TSC Legends in the past, where they'll lose a player or two early on, or they'll play, you know, quite separately inside the circles, and they'll get caught out in that regard. Let's see if they can recover from this game. Moving on to where a couple of these other teams are located. Super young roster, have a two split between kind of Ruins and the Tambang area. It's a great spot to hold on to. It's going to be able to allow them to somewhat gatekeep that bridge side area where Unicorns of Love might look to rotate on phase 2, possibly Exquisite Décode if they decide to move away from heading towards a trifecta compound rotation. And Team Doom, who have been very impressive in League Week 2 so far, could find themselves being slowed down by super young roster.
And regarding the TSC situation, you mentioned the IGL decision, but I got to question the whole split, how they actually landed. They
I know,
on the northern side of the quarry. Bujo, we saw him, he's currently swimming out of the docks, and then there are 2 guys on Lakavi, where there's 2 teams around, so the whole drop was actually really strange. But now we can see Destiny, and excuse me, they're getting on a closer range. We can see Agon already has the nading distance, and they're definitely planning something. They know about it, and the nade's got to be sent. So excuse me, gotta be spotbound on Destiny. Destiny, they need the points. They know that they need to get some kills on the board if they want to be making all the way to the Super Weekend, and that's why they are engaging the whole situation. And excuse me, they're kind of, you know, getting together as a one pack. They're kind of like withdrawing from the compounds, want to take the fights to the hills, and they kind of like want to bait Destiny to get inside of the buildings or get inside of the, well, it's not a town, it's not a city, but anyway, getting inside of the compartment, and then they could maybe try to pinch them down from the hill.
Destiny are not really in a good position. They're very linear, you know, one behind each other. They have no real possible flank, whereas when you look at, excuse me, Mango is wrapping around using the lower side of the hill that's blocked by the buildings and the rocks to play around Destiny, and might look for a bit of a knock onto maybe Agon or one of the other Destiny players. I do appreciate how proactive Destiny are trying to be. Beg for Mercy is in that frontline position. Conqueror and Agon a little bit, trying to use that TPP to grab a little bit more information. But like you said, these are points that Destiny desperately need. Not just for the second Super Weekend, but for the PMGC spot. Like, this is it. Like, they cannot allow Unicorns of Love situation to happen to them.
And now what we can see that they actually leave Mango in a different angle. So they have 3 guys still on top of that hill, and I think Mango is going to go for the flank, as we can see, and they haven't spotted him down, so he can definitely do a lot of damage. And if they're going to lose, like they're going to be extra damage going to be getting away from that angle though, so he's going to be getting some cover. But I mean, Destiny, if they're going to lose players on this fight, it's going to be very important for the end game, because I mean, just getting 4 kills, let's say surviving with 2 guys, 3 guys, if they have any casualties, it's going to make the whole end game so much more difficult. That the amount of points which they need at this point,
man,
the amount is so big that they just cannot get it straight from this fight, and they need to get more points later on. So they cannot lose anybody. I would leave this fight if I can keep 4 players alive instead of going for the 4 kills.
I agree with you, but I think they're at the stage in this kind of stranglehold where they can't leave the fight, that it's more dangerous for them to try to disengage. You can see the members of had some high rock positions overarching down the bottom of the hill. So for now, I believe Beg for Mercy the members of Destiny are somewhat pinched in this fight. Super Young roster trying to create some space in front of them, moving up across the bridge. Big are kind of separated. Well, actually, no, not that heavily separated. They're quite nicely together. They have a really strong rotation. They have Swave on top of the hill. That was the opening that Destiny were looking for. They got the knock onto one of the players, and now they're going to push it forward.
Yeah, that's going to be Beck for Mercy falling down. There we have Prada with an excellent position on top of that. We're going to be trying to engage more with the 3-time scope, and there we go, the sprays are coming down. But there's going to be 2 guys from also taking the damage, because he did already Beck for Mercy now being flushed down, so they will lose 1. And there we have another knock as Whiskey's going to fall down, because Jaeger trying to fight back, not going to be successful on it. And meanwhile, Prada is just dealing the damage from top of that stock, so he's going to try to go for it.
Lovely Mazzaro.
Trying to go for it, tries to do something about it. The last guy standing alive, and takes the fight. It's 1. Doesn't
so
get
close!
The one, but yeah, there we go. They will fall down in the end. But definitely, I mean, Mazzaro, he's always fighting and trying to do something, but this is going to be very costly. And what we have here, keeping all the 4 players in the play.
It was always going to be a hard push up the hill from Destiny. They got the initial knock, and I respect and appreciate that they looked to push up that hill with the knock, but maybe instead of pushing up the hill, they should have done what you looked for them to do, which is disengage, right? When you get a knock onto a team, what a lot of teams tend to do when they have a player knocked is that they'll instantly go for the revive, right? So they'll be in a form of defensive mode. So they'll be less likely to catch the opposing team out if they look to disengage. That's probably logically what Destiny should have done, but I appreciate and respect the fact that they went for the push. That just massively hurts their ability to attempt to get into the Super Weekend. Still a couple of games for them to go while this game is continuing. The Phase 2 did shift once again to the west. So the mainland is out of play, Copter. You have a little bit of the Southwest Island across the board from Runes right up to the bridge. Exquisite Décode, they're in the trifecta area. Super Young roster have 2 players up towards a mountain, and then they have 1 player down by Runes. I don't know what is with that. It's a little bit weird, but yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, they will come up with a plan. But one thing is for sure, all the teams from the other islands, they now know that they have to go at some point on the other island, most probably. And we can see from the northern side, there's going to be a Nexus Gaming crossing that bridge. They will just get nicely on the southern side of Hattin. Of course, we can see QX on that area. And the Super Young roster, that what you were mentioning, Imperium, they are here on top of those hills together with the Eastern Stars. And they're kind of trying to figure out how they will open the situation, because a few players from both teams right next to each other, so they don't want to take casualties, of course. And we can see that the Eastern Stars, they have taken all the hills. I mean, they have 2 guys on the east side hill, then they have 1 on the north, 1 on the south. So basically all the entrances on top of those rocks gotta be blocked. And now we can see Alf inside of it, gets the spray, and there we go. First guy falls down. Can he get the second one as well? Yes, he can. That's gonna be Camara and Levi falling down, but it's gonna be in the end Alf taken down by Andalito. But still getting 2 guys down. That's going to be a great performance. And now the second player on the scene needs to be the active.
Oh, lovely
He puts
pre-nade.
nade, and that's going to take the guy down. And he's going to be able to at least save something. We'll take down the Champions Club at the same time. But still, meanwhile, Super Young Rosses, they are just now currently just a solo player holding these buildings.
That was a great pre-nade by Result. He even changed where it was going because he knew he was getting pushed by Adelito. There's a couple of teams swimming across the water. TSC, who have survived as a trio. Deus Sirens, Exquisite Décode are still under a trifecta position. 4 Romanian Boys are a little bit pinched, to say the least. Well, excuse me, they're going to stick to that kind of northeastern shift. One of the Deus Sirens players is going to get taken out. It's another hard shift to the west. You don't have to deal with the river, but you certainly have to deal with the water that's by that coastal line. SKP with the botation. I appreciate it, but you're like 12, 13 minutes into the game and you're pulling off a botation in Sanhok. Like, I know the map is extremely hard to contend with, but that's no time to pull off a botation. Way too late in the game.
Yeah, I think that they were somewhere on the southern side of the Charlie Island, and they already had the boats. They were waiting for the circle to come, and then they know where they're going to be heading. So, anyways, they will take the boats, and I mean, they could have some success, like getting inside of it, because there's definitely a lot of pressure points on the bridges and on the rivers. So maybe from the open sea side of the islands, it is actually possible to get inside. There's only ChasMac, there's only Big, and they are more or less like holding the compounds, especially on the southern side. Big is more inland than on the shores, so maybe there's a place how they can actually get inside. If they go more towards the northern side with the rotation, then they have more troubles. And here we go, we have the replay. As we can see, TSC, they're just trying to farm the TSC, the Deus Sirens from the water, and that's one player at least taken down. But there's still gonna be 3 on the water, so maybe there's more fishing to be done.
Yeah, just kind of inexperienced plays from Deus Sirens. They got one of the TSC Legends players down, so they should have recognized that there was probably going to be the rest of the team around similar rotation path lines. So it's just inexperience shining through from Deus Sirens in that moment. Talking about Big and ChasMac, they're going to have a lot of work to do to control the area, and you can see SKP, they made it onto the land of the Northwest Island, but now Big are looking in their direction. They've already got 1 knock. I would argue that they should just full commit down to the buildings across the board, because they could still get third party and another knock by Mihi onto Hamodi.
I mean, they made it there, but they were spotted down, and that's the problem, because they did realize that they will be coming here. Maybe a little more northern location could have been better, but we don't have to worry about that anymore, because the guys are already here. The boat is going to be parked on the beach line. We can see D-Lo just, proning a little bit, just moving there on the side. Going to be trying to change the angle a little bit, that they don't have the idea where it's going to be popping, because at some point he needs to come up from that shore. And then, of course, Big is going to be trying to find all the heads that are going to be available. Nade is going to be sent by Swave. Let's see if that's going to be landing on D-Lo. It's going to be a perfect one. He's going to be taken down immediately now. The second nade, he's going to be trying to find that push. Of course, D-Lo tries to move away from that angle, but then let's see how close it's going to get. It's not going to get a knock flush complete, but they cannot go for the revival. Then it's going to make sure that there's going to be enough damage on the crown that you cannot put any players for the revival operation at that point. And now we do have also Temtem falling down. We can see Royal falling down. Hamud from SKB as well will be taken down. And now we can see the last player is going to be trying to swim away the situation. Going to leave, sell his teammates, leave them on the shore.
Great push by Big. I think they used a little bit too much utility. In my eyes, the first knock with sorry, should I say the second knock, and then kind of Swave getting the third. But after that, I felt it should have just been a full-on push, where Swave did throw another nade. That kind of confirmed the kill, but it ended up knocking his own teammate, Mihi. It's not much, but it's kind of like a waste of a nade that can be used late game. Just something to think about. But either way, nice team fight by Big, and the circle shifts in their direction. I think it was Kyleris that predicted Big to win. He said to me in message before the start of the game, yeah, he definitely predicted Big, not Maxman at all. But it's going to shift in their direction. ChasMac have a lot of work to do to protect against 2 teams, Conqueror and Excuse Me.
I was hoping for a big victory last week already, but now it has been happening yesterday, and let's see if they can get a second one today. Because the Conqueror, they're of course fighting from, you know, the beach line, and these teams still have to go towards the south. So the safest way to get south is going to be using the beach lines here, and that's why they are fighting from the existence on this area. But definitely the area where Big was fighting with the SKP just a couple seconds ago, that's pretty much the center of the circle. So definitely a very important fight for Big. But ChasMac and Conqueror, as they're still trying to figure it out how they want to play it. We can see Excuse Me, they are moving around as well. We can see Deus Sirens taken down at the same time, and we can see ChasMac as they will now spot down Excuse Me as they are trying to come from the side as they're gonna go, and they have a player on the closer range as well that can do a lot of damage behind that rock, because he's gonna spot those. They will spot those angles where the guy's coming from the distance, and then the close range player, he should have a pretty good spraying angle from that place.
This is the best ChasMac gameplay we've seen since the start of the PMPL. Because even though they got 50 points in the first league play, they were kind of very lackluster performances, kind of very place and point based results, not really anything sparkly. Whereas this controlling gameplay that we're seeing from ChasMac, this spreads the confidence. This is so much better than what we've seen so far. Azzy is the last player up from Conqueror. He's down at the bottom of the cliffside. Shadowend needs to be careful not to expose his position a little bit too much, but Azzy nearly taken out.
Yeah, jump spray is coming already. Let's see the heroic moves. Gonna be having this battle because it's a small dinosaur there as well, but that's not gonna be part of the fight, of course. Azzy, let's see what he can do. Shadowman's gonna be trying to hold that upper position, but the spray is gonna be connecting in the end, and Shadowman gets the player down, and the Conqueror has been taken down as a whole. It was a very important fight. I mean, they already have some of the players inside of the zone, and now they can hopefully get the rest of the gang, at least one more player on the scene, as the circle will just keep on shifting, and that's gonna go straight around Nexus, and kind of like Big controlling both sides of the circle as well at the same time as the teams from the east side, and of course from the south we actually do have Unicorns of Love at the same time swimming.
Yeah, and they found a compound that's free. It was a compound where Big and SKP fought. So it's being cleared out. Big tried to prioritize more for that kind of controlling the edge of circle. And because they were down to 3 players, Mihi had been taken out earlier on, and Beast is on his own in the northwest side. The 2 players that were covering the southeast can't get the job done. And gotta say, Team Doom coming in from the edge of the circle, they may be down to 2 players, but it's 0 in action. The 2 players who we have given a lot of love to and a lot of focus on how they perform through the PMPL so far. We've all noticed how well they've been playing, and there's no surprise that they are the 2 remaining players of this Doom side in this game.
Yeah, true. And the Unicorns of Law, which came from the south, are down. They will now take the position of the same compound which Big was holding earlier. But of course, they have moved away from there because Circle has been slightly shifting away. But still, it's a very good place. They have a lot of cover. Definitely a better place than for the teams that are coming from the eastern side. TSC Legends, in the end, going to be taken down. And now we can see Team Doom with those 2 members. They're going to try to hold the whole Eastern Stars. Well, they're coming from the east. I mean, the name tells that already. So they're trying to hold them down. Circle, as we can see, is shrinking. A little bit more on the south. It's pretty fair still. I mean, all the teams quite equal on that circle. Just Nexus having a small foothold inside of it, but everybody else is as close as they can and about the same distance from the middle and the edge as well. But now, ChasMac, they will fall. They don't make it away from the north, and unfortunately, the brave battle which they had on the northern side is not going to be resulting into a huge amount of sub-placement points.
2 teams doing heal strats right now. One of the Unicorns of Love players and the last player from Super Young roster. The rest of the teams and the rest of the players are all battling for control inside the circle. You got the sweeping hills. Eastern Stars might be able to make a play in. They should be looking to possibly push into Nexus, while GK, the first, does get a knock onto one of the Team Doom players, slowing them down. They're looking to control on this southwestern edge of the circle. Very proactive play.
I gotta say, I mean, the Unicorns of Law move on the southern side, it's gonna be paying off because the teams are destroying themselves on the northern side and they're gonna be getting a good result from this situation. Anyway, because Eastern Stars being in trouble, next gonna be getting out of it, gonna be catching fire. Octavian will go for the spray, gets the guy almost down. There we go, gonna get a flush as well. And now we can see Creator, he's hiding the last guy from Nexus. Let's see what he can do about the situation because he still needs to deal with Octavian, who's the last standing player from the Eastern Stars. Creator versus Octavian, 1 versus 1. That's the battle from the northern side, and if Octavian's gonna win that one, then he might have a chance, but no, that's gonna be a third party. Unicorns of Love, they will open the fire finally from the southern side, and we can see Fresh gotta take that long scope into use, as we only have 3 teams remaining. What is their count anyways? And we can see that the Unicorns of Love, they will just take the possession on the south, and they are holding everybody. It's just 1 player anymore on the northern side, hopefully, that they can maybe even get a chicken dinner. It seems to be a case that they definitely have a great chance. We have two teams remaining, super young roster, and then we do have, it's going to be a healing strat, and then we have Octavian holding the northern side, and that's going to be super young roster falling down, and just Octavian 1 versus 2 situation, going to put it down, and that's the spray. Unicorns of Love, they will finish it. They will spot the last guy. They kind of like help the battle on the northern side already, and now they will just make it sure that the result's going to stick.
Finally, the Unicorns gallop into a chicken dinner winner of a game. Very, very weird circle shifts. Ended in an extremely unusual spot of the map that a lot of the teams are probably not used to. You had a little bit of a black hole in towards the middle, but that swim, that rotation by initially 3 of the Unicorns of Love players worked out for them in the end. They did lose 1. They then had Rokus healing in towards the blue zone, and the final 2 players, GK and Fresh, made it work. I'm very happy for Unicorns of Love because it will boost their confidence massively, as well as pretty much secure their spot into a second Super Weekend. But let's make no bones about it, this team is by no means at the level they need to be if they really, and I mean really, want to challenge for that PMGC spot.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we don't see the performance. You mentioned that they're not on a level where they should be, but I think that they also are not on a level where we expect them to be. I think they have a lot of potential on the roster, and they just haven't found the gameplay for now. But finally, they're getting at least a chicken dinner, a couple kills on the way, and that, of course, gonna hopefully boost the self-confidence of the players, and maybe they will get a, you know, because we have seen so much aggressive gameplay from these players on the past, so that's what I'm expecting. They will jump into situations and just dominate them, but that's what we are missing currently. But anyways, chicken dinner, getting kills, I mean, they gotta be happy, and let's hope it's gonna spice up the gameplay a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Eastern Stars having a second spot. Octavian pulling out something pretty solid at the end. A little bit of a help from a third party in the hands of GK or Fresh taking down the last player of Nexus. But it does make me question, and I know Nexus are a team that have definitely not performed in any way, real shape or form, and that hurts me to say. I'm a big fan of them up until this point. But when you have Dewey and Creator together, and Dewey kind of pushes on his own, you're taking a massive risk. If they had it pushed together, it would have been that counter knock, right? It would have been that counter kill, and that would have been Eastern Stars coming out in third, and it would have been wiped out. So a little bit of a mistake from Nexus. Otherwise, it was also a little bit of a positive from Nexus in getting third place in that game.
I mean, the circle was quite harsh, actually. The shifts coming all the way towards the southern side, and that resulted a lot of teams coming from the northern side. Then we had the teams coming from the east, and all the teams who came there, northeast side, they came at the same time. So we saw a huge mumble building up there on the north. All the teams, like four or five teams at the same time. They were just destroying themselves, and that's how the Unicorns of Love moved from the south. That just worked. Of course, I mean, Big, they had the place earlier. A little bit unfortunate that they lost some players because they definitely had the place to win that game as well. But I don't know what was the base of the decision. Maybe they were defending the perimeter a little bit like more from the wider angle. They wanted to go and see what is actually happening like behind those hills as well. But they left the compound, and in the end I think it's a decision which they're now regretting, because if they would have been holding that compound with 4 they had earlier, it would have been a completely different game for them.
Yeah, I know. That's where sometimes a little bit of that luck or bad luck can come into play. What does go out of the play of circle look. And it's funny because we were talking in the chat of the PMPL with the players, and they don't really like Sanhok because they think it's very look based. And I'll agree, it is a lot look based with the circles, etc. But where you take that look out of your control is pulling off the rotations at the right time. And SKP, they really didn't time their rotation right. 30 minutes into a game and you're looking for a rotation, you can't wait for the circle to shift in the hopes that it's in your favor. Never mind the fact that at that time, a lot of teams had already solidified themselves on that northwest island. You got to pull out that rotation early. You're able to then scout a little bit easier. You're able to gain a little bit more control, and there's a much higher chance you're not going to get caught out. I appreciate the attempt, but the timing of a rotation is so important in Sanhok. You're not always going to get it right, but that was a clear mistake from SKP.
Yeah, it's the timing, definitely. I also think that the landing right next with those buildings on the shore.
True.
Also the target of the rotation, like where they landed, that was a problem in a way, because if they have chosen to be a little bit more on the northern side, then probably they wouldn't have been that easily taken down. Big was holding that area, but you can always guess these things. I'm just hoping that the players are doing the right decisions, and sometimes it works. But yeah, definitely the SKP, there's a lot of potential on that rotation, but there was some probably micro decisions that just work in the end.
Again, just kind of go back to what I mentioned during the game. I'm really happy with how ChasMac are playing, and they look a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident. It seems like the communication is much improved, which is something that they always give as a reason to Maxman on why they aren't performing. So let's see if they can continue it in the rest of today and the Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, SKP, well, we have been talking a lot about them, but yeah, they have the potential. We didn't see them last weekend on the Super Weekend, so maybe they'll finally have the time to get on this weekend on the Super Weekend. So that is definitely there's a chance for it existing.
For sure. Well, look, that's the end of the game. We're going to go for a quick break, but afterwards, the desk will break it all down.
Well, it might have taken Unicorns of Love a little bit of extra time, but they're starting to finally look like the team that we expect to come into this entire event. They finally get a chicken dinner on the board, and they get themselves pretty safely through. I'm pretty sure. You know what? I will say it. I'm not Maximin. I'm not going to curse it. They are through to their first Super Weekend, or second overall, so they have a chance to fight back against the likes of Conqueror to gain those points to potentially overtake them and claim their spot in PMGC. Also, big shout out to our sponsor, OnePlus, as well, with their 120 Hz refresh rate screens. I'm sure all the players are trying to use one of these amazing devices to get every advantage they possibly can here during PMPL. But speaking of advantages, Kalaris, you always seem to know what teams are going to win. We didn't do predictions this time, but I'm pretty sure you would have said Unicorns of Love. And Maxon, you probably would have said it too. Let's just be fair to both of y'all. I'm from the South originally. I don't know why I just said that. But anyways, nice. Unicorns of Love, 23 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good one. This circle was very early on focused on the Northwestern Island, so a lot of teams already initiating a rotation. You had SYR, and I believe it was Conqueror that started to try and contest Eastern Stars a little bit more. They had a fight was happening on their end, but at least it's good to see some teams actually trying to contest Eastern Stars and not let them alone. But because of that, all the teams going up north, and because of the inherent typical drop of Unicorns of Love, which is down south of the entire map towards Same, they go for widespread. that rotation across the bridge was actually fairly easy because all the teams made that rotation happen in phase 1, phase 2. So Unicorns of Love had no issue, and there was a lot of backstabbing action actually happening for them. So 8 kills on top of that, definitely going to be making them pretty much safe to make into the Super Weekend, I'm going to say.
Yeah, crazy little game to watch, especially considering how this circle moves all the way to the west. Very rare that this occurs, so it's not too much surprise that, you know, Big, for example, is up there. Eastern Stars actually valiantly making the move off top of that mountain that we have touted as kind of the place that they're controlling. A few teams trying to challenge them, which I think is cool, but, you know, once the circles start moving the way they did, then everyone's going to be in crisis mode at that point.
Mr. Kalaris, man, I want to ask you a question, because we talked about Sanhok and how it can be a little bit more RNG based than some of the other maps out there, but I feel like Eastern Stars have just been consistently performing so well this week when it's come to Sanhok. But my question is it just strictly zones? Because I think most of them were towards the mountain that they like to play from.
Correct. Yeah, Northwest Island is a bit of a hot topic, right? Especially when it comes to the circles and how we're actually discussing this out. Thankfully for them, if you start at the top of the mountain, it's not as bad transitioning off the mountain as it is maybe getting up there if those kind of lines of sights are covered. So yeah, for Eastern Stars, I think they've been pretty fortunate, I think, overall with the circles.
Okay, we're seeing our top players here. I think Maxwell was giving an ult to Destiny with their 0 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. It was that. And for Romanian Boys, I think they had, like, what was it, 2-3 points I saw right there on the ranking. So definitely very scary. I believe for Romanian Boys to have 2 games and Destiny have 1 more game. So Destiny can't afford a bad one. Though Destiny, we're going to have one of their players actually part of this top players here. It's the first time we see Dew, I'm pretty sure. And he was doing so well at that point in this game. He's like, you know what? I'm going to give a chance to the teams. I'm going to jump in a molly. And at the end just ended his entire kill streak. Very surprising. But yeah, worked out for Dew just fine. And GK first fresh. Good to see these 2 players actually on top once again. But of course, now they're making it into the Super Weekend. Now you actually have to do good in the Super Weekend, so we're going to have to wait and see how that works out for them.
Yeah, just about getting those reps in that we're talking about towards the start of the day. You get, you know, every match you possibly can. You get the experience. You nail down your communication, which is probably going to be one of the toughest things they have to deal with. As you can see here, though, top on the damage with 1,308 kills. You excuse me yet again here. We have seen them a couple times now, as well as ChasMac off the back of their last match, able to put another decent result. So we're starting to see some consistency out of the French boys.
Very much so Sanhok numbers here, Max, I think is fair to say. Not really anybody taking that huge peak of like a 2,500 or something like that. No, pretty evenly spread across the board. Just because, I mean, again, when people are trying to make it towards these circles and stuff like that, there are a lot of third-party moments. There are opportunities for people to just kind of have those scrappier fights here compared to the other battlegrounds.
Especially in a circle where I would say teams, I think, understood it was going to potentially center up on the Northwestern Island, which it did, but it actually went over to the coastline, which is a lot of hardships in a row, and that makes it a lot harder. As you said, a lot of third parties and gatekeeping happens because of circle shifts like that. So yeah, very Sanhoki numbers happening as we would expect.
All right, well, let's dive further into Unicorns of Love. Again, this is a team we had such high hopes for, I should say, coming into this event after what we saw Panda do last season. And I want to see their kind of stats overall throughout this event so far, just give you an idea of how they've been playing. And honestly, these numbers are kind of, not even kind of, they are disappointing. Like, rising, low, disappointing. I mean, all those technically work. But their average kills, I expected so much more out of this team when it comes to kills. But I think it's a testament that, like, again, you can't just be like an amazing stand-up player on your team. Like, you can't just have the best fraggers on a roster to expect them to do well. You need to have some sort of support to help them accomplish those kind of stats that they know they can put up here, because we know GK first, we know Fresh, we know Lin, we know Rose, they can all put up big numbers. But right now, they're just not able to do so.
Just look at last Super Weekend, right? Some of the top fraggers we talked a lot about, Narvalo and Victor being up there, even potentially Octavian and Kapahala. Their kill average was about, what, 3-4? Which is absolutely insane when you think about it. But entering this event, I think a lot of people thought that would be the stats, the numbers from Unicorns of Love. And now we're going to have this little player focus here for GK first on his radar. His damage is really high up there when it comes to the league play. But this is league play, I believe, in general. So that takes league play 1 and league play 2 together. As Panda, we would have had way better numbers from him.
Without going too deep into this, I still think that these players don't quite have the enabling around them to be able to perform to their previous success levels. If you think about Panda and GK First and Lin, they had great players alongside them to enable them to convert that damage into more kills or to convert that damage into more rotations. If you think about the previous Unicorns of Love, like Fresh and Rolkis, they had people like Ked who were able to enable them to be able to have those extra successes and stuff like that. I think it's still as much as they get the win here, still not fully congealed to a, the perfect ball that we want here.
I think the upside is they're going to continue to get better over time when communication issues and rules might be sorted out further. So if they can get into the finals, if they can get into EMEA Regional Championships, I'm expecting some great things out of them. But you can see able to pull off the victory here in round number 3 of the day. And we're going over to round 4 with Erangel with Group B sitting out. And as John mentioned, as Max pointed out, Destiny, this is their last match. For them to qualify, they need to put up a massive victory here. But honestly, I feel like it's a little bit too far out of reach. We'll see what our commentators say, though, as we bring them in. We got Imperium and Cop to join us once again. And gentlemen, what's your thoughts? Destiny, last chance for them. Do you think they could possibly pull off a 30-plus point game?
Yeah, they need a big result. They need a gigantic, monstrous next level. They need the Destiny taken out of everybody else's hands and put back into their own. Time will tell. I know they are a very strong roster and they have a lot of experienced players, and it is about time that they really put that wealth of experience into play over the next 25-30 minutes, Copter.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, they need double-digit kills and then chicken dinner on top of it. So that's, of course, I mean, it's a roster that can do it. I mean, we saw great performance from these guys last week, and there's no reason why they couldn't do it. But something has shifted now a little bit, and maybe it's too late to leave it on the last game. But yeah, let's keep our hopes up.
Yeah, of course. Look, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and I haven't started singing yet, Copter. So there's every chance that they can pull something massive out of the bag. They're not the only team that are struggling. To be fair, you have, of course, 4 Romanian Boys in there. You have Nexus, despite them getting a good result the last game, they still need to do more. But considering when we're looking at the PMGC points and what is the overall goal for a lot of these teams, Destiny are under a lot of pressure in this game.
Yeah, it's a fact. I mean, there's got to be a lot of pressure. They know the situation. They know what the game means also from the championship point of view. So that's definitely one other thing that they have to take into consideration. Of course, we have multiple weeks still going on, but missing the Super Weekend, there's no way I can imagine that they would be happy about it. So definitely they know that they need to do what is required. But yeah, we'll see what the game's gonna offer. It's a Northern Plane, so we'll see how the team's gonna split and what kind of chances they have there. At least when we are now in Erangel instead of Sanhok, so that might, make them shine in a little bit different light instead of in Sanhok, because there's so much, close distance fight happening all the time. Teams coming right, left, up, down. You can find a team like behind any rock more or less sometimes. So maybe because they're a very structured team as well. We have seen some great strategies from these guys in the past. So maybe they can utilize those strengths on this map.
Let's see where this phase 1 goes. Is it going to complement the playing path? It does to an extent. It is a very eastern-based start to this game, a little bit towards the southeast, as you have that military island coming into play. So there's automatically going to be a lot of traffic on the western side of the map. Vodafone Giants, an early rotation onto Potato Hill would be very strong for them. Maybe even having one on the more southern hill down from Potato Hill would be an even better start for them. It's also looking like a bit of a decent start for Unicorns of Love, as they do get to trade onto 4 Romanian Boys. Fresh as knocked, they've already lost a player, but GK saving the day for the time being.
Yeah, but they still have players on the scene. It's going to be still 1 versus 1 situation. So GK first and Boring, they're still having that battle. And I mean, this will result to some team losing 2. The other one might be losing 1. Or well, just of course, the other team will still have the chance to actually revive as well. It's Boring with that spray. And we can see that GK is just proing. There's actually 2 guys knocked down from the Unicorns. Yeah, 1 is flushed down already and 1 is crawling. And now we can see, the shotgun! It's going to hit right on the hips. And just like I said earlier, the hips don't lie. You got to be crawling on your knees. You're going to feel pain. And that's not the nicest thing you want to have.
Let freedom reign with the shotgun blast. I'm forced to ask, where is Lane? Well, he was there, but now he's knocked down. What's the point in coming up so late when you get knocked down instantly? It's all down to GK. I know they've already qualified for the Super Weekend, but I kind of want to see them win this team fight. However, I also recognize that this is a very important fight for 4 Romanian boys. They are fighting for their Super Weekend position. They're currently down in 18th with 25 points in total. They get the squad right, they get the final kill, and they will survive as a trio.
I was really hoping that we'll see more shotgun knocks, but yeah, that wasn't the case. Anyways, great try jumping down from the balcony and, you know, trying to find a like different angle for the whole situation. But yeah, that's the end of it for them. Meanwhile, here in Yasnaya, actually, we do have SKP and was it Game Lord actually who was battling with them?
Yeah,
Game Lord, yeah. So they are battling here and, you know, kind of like the early setup, so we just have to wait and see what's going to happen. That's the first knock, actually, that we see coming with the buggy. So they're going to be driving over one, and that's how the whole situation started. And sometimes when there's like an early engagement, let's say that somebody's going to be stealing a vehicle, for example, and somebody will drive it over. It is sometimes, you know, the revenge gets the better of the players, and they really want to go for the situation. And sometimes it might be a good idea just to let it go, continue to stream and stack, but sometimes you fully commit on that one, and then sometimes the end result is just like what we saw.
SKP and Game Lord battling through on towards Yasnaya. I would argue one of these teams should look to disengage more than the other. Both of these teams are relatively safe in terms of the fight to qualify for the Super Weekend. Game Lord are in 15th. But they are, Game Lord do need to grab these points. They have the last 2 games, so that's a positive. But you can't presume that they're going to just make it through, right? So it's very important that they do look to have a solid result in this Erangel game, especially because the last game of today is Sanhok, and that's an unpredictable beast, as we've clearly found out. Where these teams are now looking to position and rotate to in this phase 1, you have TSC once again on a bit of a heavy split around the shelter mansion area / prison. Exquisite Décode have a two players in towards that direction, while Nexus on our screens right now shifting through the edge of Everest to come on to the western edge of the circle.
Yeah, they are moving in. So the circle was on the eastern side. It doesn't include that much water. I mean, could be a more horrible circle, but yeah, it's quite decent circle, so the team shouldn't have any major issues getting inside of it. Of course, we have some teams quite far away, but yeah, they should be making it. We have seen the rotations that they can make it. The Yasnaya battle seems to be kind of like, you know, the teams are separating a little bit. We can see SKP moving towards the eastern side and Game Lord taking the western side, so the usual split in Yasnaya, and the teams can just, you know, probably leave quite easily from there. They don't want to spend those early minutes fighting, as they want to be looting instead, and then, you know, trying to find a good position on the circle. Meanwhile, on the pictures, TSC just coming to the wood chopping area. We can see Bujo, Vitani, Temtem. They are just, you know, there's nobody on the area, so they got to be well in time. And it's not the worst place to hold. They can stay here for some time and wait for the next circle, so it shouldn't be much of an issue. But of course, when it comes to this area, it is so important to scout everything, because so many like piles of wood, rocks, you know, on that area, that you just have to make sure that there's like no proning players.
Vodafone Giants didn't stay around Potato Hill, which I'm a little bit surprised about. They opted to shift a little bit more to the east, closer to the center of the circle. Maybe that's a product of this phase 1, right, where they don't want to give up that more central circle location in the hopes that they can pick up a couple of kills or catch a team or 2 out on Potato Hill. So I can definitely respect that. Nano joining in late for the time being. Nexus have pulled off a very good rotation. One of the earlier teams to rotate into this phase 1 from that western side of the map. For Romanian Boys, Champions Club, LMV, SYR, only starting to move now in the last 15 to 20 seconds. It's a little bit tricky for Destiny on the north. They have SKP a little bit in front of them. Mansion is clear for the taking because of the fact that Exquisite Décode, TSC, and Eastern Stars have all hung around the kind of more southeastern side of this phase 1.
Well, I mean, Exquisite Décode, they came very early on the circle, and together with the Eastern Stars, they have built kind of gatekeeping position in a way. So if teams will be coming from the north using the Eastern Highway right next to Lipovka and the prison, they should be catching those kills. Of course, it's very early for that kind of a move, but it's good to notice that if somebody wants to get inside from that way, there's definitely 2 teams that will open fire. We know that. But we spoke about like leaving late, and we spoke about game law, that they will need the points. But now, I still gotta come back to Destiny. I mean, they are leaving at the last second, last game, last match. And any fight that's gonna happen for Destiny, that's gonna mean a lot to them. And I'm just gonna keep saying the same, what I said on the last game as well, that they can't afford lose any players, you know, in the first 4 circles or something like that. They need to get kills, but they also need to be able to guarantee a lot of placement points. So if you go with 2 members just on the last phases, then you're gonna be in trouble. So I'm gonna be at least paying very special attention what they can do here.
Next circle does shift up north, so it's a bit of a balanced shift, to say the least. It does put a bit of pressure on the teams that, opted to commit a bit more towards that southeastern side of Phase 1. TSC will have a solid enough reposition on towards that Lumberyard Hill. Deus Sirens have a very solid 2-1-1 split inside this circle. Big wrapping around Destiny. These 2 teams have clashed a lot so far in the PMPL. There's a little bit of a rivalry going on with the members of Big being formerly part of the Destiny name in the previous PMPL, but Big are opting to go more for a coastal line rotation in this phase 2, should I say. Excuse me, Xtreme Slayers going right through the Yasnaya field. It's a bit bold, but it's very early into the phase 2 shift. So teams, even if they are hanging around that area, they're not really in a position to fight. That's why early rotations make such a big difference, because teams who are just about getting there are just not in the right mindset, or not really in the focused play of like, hey, we're ready for a team fight. So you're able to catch them out, go past them, and then get into a stronger position yourself.
Yeah. Good. Meanwhile, Situation's got a setup here. We saw 4 Romanian boys going for the new compounds or the new houses. They will take that place, and they had a plan to actually go on top of that hill for a while. They did go there, but they spotted the Vodafone Giants holding the dirty road, and they just left immediately back on the more northern buildings. And then we can see Deus Sirens building up on those deeps there. They are also maybe taking some compounds, but they don't have them now, but they're still free. But yeah, now we can see that all these 3 teams, they might be triggering each others. We can see Yatem's gonna spot down the Vodafone Giants as they will try to come a little bit more towards the southern side. So a small spray, gonna make sure that they will stay on top of that hill instead of coming to try to take these places from them, from the other teams.
Yeah, exactly. Just those proactive early couple of shots. I would still like some hard cover from the Deus Sirens players, but having 2 now on top of the hill overlooking Yatem in the dip, firing up and towards the hill, and Sakura covering that kind of more northwestern side is very good indeed. Destiny Mazzaro gets knocked. It is from a distance, so Xtreme Slayers most likely will not push that. But I could tell by your reaction that you're still a little bit worried with what just happened there, right?
I mean, when you can't see, when you just see the kill feed and you don't see what is actually happening, that was the moment. Now we know. Now we know. There's a long distance not coming from the Xtreme Slayers towards Destiny, but I mean, it could have been just, you know, 2 teams getting 4 versus 4 together in a building as well. And that would have been a scary situation, especially when the Xtreme Slayers have the initial knock. Puppy from the distance tries to maybe some tires away from the vehicles. That's
I think some tires,
Yeah, it was going on the northern side of the mansion building, which the Destiny is holding currently.
Big on the eastern side of the prison hill. I really like that, although Mihi kind of wrapping around it so late into the circle is extremely risky yet to get caught out, because TSC opted to move a little bit further away from the Lumberyard Hill. It's a shift down towards the southwest. Farm is in play. You got road split down the middle. You got the hills either side. The hills have eyes, and those eyes are Vodafone Giants, Big and Eastern Stars. They all look to move away. SYR looking for Hamodi of SKP.
Yeah, he's completely alone here. 1 versus 4 situation, runs out of the building. Let's see what he can do. Goes for the first floor, tries to go on the side of the building to get some cover, but now he's going to be getting back on the separate room on the first floor. And we have teammates joining the party. He's going to go on the second floor. He's going to find the guy from the stairway and will do some damage, but doesn't get the knock on force. Tries to hunt him down. Going to be just swinging towards the smokes. Not going to be doing anything with it. One player from the SKP crawling. 3 guys are up and running, so they will try to just make sure that they will, of course, win this fight. But yeah, now they're just looking for the players as we are looking for them as well. Where are they hiding? As SKP, they will just, well, like relax a little bit. So that's the thing.
Yeah, they're all dead, and it didn't help Super Young roster that one of their players knocked a teammate down with a nade. But that perfect timing of Hamodi slowing Super Young roster down, jumping out of the building, and then the cavalry arriving to save the day, and they instantly responded with Nade's utility, and that was it. Super Young roster taking out of this game just like that. The drop of a hat. I said Deus Sirens should have a little bit more hard shift cover. They kind of do. It's a bit of a 2-2 split. Sakura trying to move away as her teammate is going to try and cover, but Sakura gets spotted out, and there's nothing, I believe it's Yatum, can do from the building across the road. No, it's Luna.
Yes, that's the case. But I mean, she was doing a lot of damage with the spray from that window. I mean, they had some players outside of the building, and she was very successful with it, actually getting one player down before entering the building. And the nade is going to come as well. That's going to be Dia falling down. So now Game Law's going to be, of course, having their revenge. And Yatem, let's see what she can do behind that wall. The nade is going to be Bill. Shall it go on the second floor? Yes, it shall. But not... Oh, it's going to get one, actually. That's going to be Kashi taken down. So that's going to be a great nade. And, I mean, that makes the whole fight currently more fair. Deus Sirens currently healing up because Yatim guys trying to get the Via up, and Luna's gonna go right next to it. The game lots, they are holding the angles, and the nade is gonna come there, and that's gonna be taken down in the end.
Luna, I appreciate that proactivity, but you gotta continue to move around while your teammate's getting revived, and now it's still back to a 2v1. Deus are being a little bit more proactive. Rob is going to come on in, but the spray through the smokes. Diablo with the Uzi. Game Lord are out of this game. 15th coming into this game. 38 points, only 4 points behind 17th place. We might not see Game Lord in the second Super Weekend copter.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. I mean, they had a great performance on the last one, and now they're just, biting their nails, most probably trying to hold down on the 16th place. But yeah, it's out of their hands for now, so they just have to hope for the best. But the circle, it's a hard shift on the southern side of the Great Migration is going to start. Romanian Boys, TSC, all the teams from the northern side, they will have to hurry. Inside of it, some battles going to be happening, as we can see Beak actually challenging Nexus as they're trying to leave from that building. And we can see Beast, he's going to be going for the Beast mode. He goes straight for the first four players, as we can see Bam holding it completely alone for now, and we can see Beast just waiting when he's gonna be kind of like showing himself. I'm probably there like shouting there on the outside, like, show yourself, come out, we're gonna be waiting. You wanna come out and play? No, Big, they will have to get inside, they will have to brute force the player out of it, and we can see Beast going for it, knows the angle, the pre-fire's gonna be doing the job, and that's about it, but the Molly is gonna be catching Beast from the teammate, and I mean, they are completely on fire, but on the wrong way.
Oh, Swave, last game you knocked down me with an nade, this game you knocked down Beast with a molly. In the PMPL chat, I think it was last night when Swave was still awake at a late time, and I say go to sleep, and he's like, yeah, you need to give him a slap, or maybe he does need to sleep more, because that kind of, nade and molly trouble, it's not really the best, but we can have a laugh over a good push coming out from Big across the board. They keep themselves up as a full team. The eastern side of the circle is clustered. Champions Club. You have Xtreme Slayers, Exquisite Décode, Eastern Stars, and even Destiny are in a little bit of the mix towards that edge of circle.
Yeah, it's very stacked. We saw those teams taking the early placements on the, all the way on the eastern side, right next to the middle of power, and now they will have to move because the circle's going to be shifting away, and that's how the pressure builds. There's really nothing on the northern side because the Vodafone Giants and just Peak holding that place. For now, there might be something happening later, but yeah, there's a lot of cover. There's the reach right next to the road. There's road tolls, so a lot of places, some compounds as well with the garages and everything. There's a lot of cover on that side, so it kind of like makes sense to come inside. from that side, but unfortunately, all the teams, they have the same idea. They want to have the same kind of entry from that better side, and that's why we have so many teams on that area. And this picture alone just tells the level of madness that we have here. Of course, Champions Club holding those buildings on the other side, and then more and more teams, like 4 teams, trying to like get themselves some kind of foot inside of the circle.
I will say about the Nexus Game Board situation, Nexus, this is their final game of the League WEU, and Game Board do have the final game of the day. But it does say something about Game Lord leaving it until the last game for the control, the destiny of them being in the top 16. Exquisite Décode still up as a full squad. They have a 2-2 split. Xtreme Slayers, they've been a little bit poor on controlling their position inside the circle sometimes, especially towards the late game, or maybe being not aggressive enough. We saw that when it was Exquisite Décode and Xtreme Slayers in the Sanhok game, the first of the day. The next circle's about to shift up. Eastern Stars go for a full send on to the knockdown player of TSC Bujo. The circle shifts down south. Deus Sirens, they have a compound and play in the south, while Nexus and LMV are going to be fighting in the buildings on the north.
I think Destiny is actually trying to go for the buildings. Then a Crash there actually inside of it. They want to challenge that position because they need the place. There's nothing else play on the southern side. But meanwhile, Eastern Stars, they are battling here because Octavian getting some results done on the southern side. We do have the fight, and what we are seeing now that's happening on the more on the northern side of the new circle. But there we go. The road poll's gonna be also the battle between the Exquisite Décode and the Xtreme Slayers kind of heat up because they cannot be 2 teams on this area, and kind of like Extreme Slayers are holding Exquisite Décode. They will have to deal with the problem, and they will just jump right on it. We can see Vitoni falling down because Ulysses from the Vodafone Giants on the northern side. We have Big and Vodafone Giants battle going on as well. And on the map we can see that Destiny, they have found the area on those buildings. So Deus Sirens, they have moved some players. We can see actually a knock happening as well. But you know, Destiny, they have made themselves some space on the south as the guys from Extreme Slayers still gonna be battling with the Exquisite Décode and the road trolls. But they seem to be actually winning that fight, and they might be wanting to get away. Just Daddy is gonna be there, well, gets the spray, but gonna be spotted down. And Halls spots that one, but yeah, it's not gonna be yet a knock at least, or a flush, so that is gonna be still fighting, but there's gonna be more and more players jumping out of the vehicles. Now they will know that there's gonna be one more guy that they have to deal, and Danny is gonna be completely pinched down, and he's gonna go for the spray towards the vehicle, finds one, and the second Danny! He's gonna get those down from the vehicle and gonna at least make a dent towards Xtreme Slayers. I mean, he's so busy that he even needs to reload.
Oh my sweet Mary Mother Jesus. On a side note, Daddy, just that individual player, like knowing that his back is like so hard against the wall that he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nothing to do other than make a play. And he gets taken down, but what in the blue blazing glory was that Xtreme Slayers? What was that? I have no idea. They've got to ask themselves some very hard questions coming into the Super Weekend, because that was one of the biggest blunders we've seen in the PMPL so far.
I mean, you gotta be careful who you're gonna be leaving behind. I mean, when you leave one player, of course they wanted to move. I get that. They wanted to go to the vehicles, they wanted to leave from the scene, they wanted to be early, so to get some kind of a place on the zone, because it's so hard, because it's basically just the fields and then some compounds on the southern and the northern side, but it's very complicated circle. But still, leaving one player who actually has the higher angle as well. I mean, before getting those kills, he was like already doing a lot of tricks. I mean, spraying towards them. Nade's gonna go from the LMV, by the way, and that's gonna Eastern Stars taken down with one nade only.
LMV on the northern edge of circle, still them and Nexus coexisting inside this. The circle does move away from Deus Sirens. Destiny went for a crash into one of those buildings, and they've coexisted as well, while 4 Romanian Boys, again, this is 4 Romanian Boys' opportunity to sink their teeth and to really help solidify their spot in the top 16, to put even more pressure onto Game Lord by getting a good result in the game. They're the only team that's on that western edge of the circle.
Now because the Destiny, they actually came with 3, and they have 3 still alive, so they have been getting something done here. They have got 1 kill, but still having 3 guys alive, that's gonna help with the end battle. But they will have to leave this building at some point, but they have to clear the situation with the Deus Sirens. We can see HM, and then they have still Diavia still remaining, so 2 members of Deus Sirens are still here. But yeah, I mean, when they're gonna leave from these buildings, I mean, Destiny, well, if they're gonna leave, of course, Deus Sirens, they can definitely take them down, and Diavla tries to go for the revival as because he Yatem being knocked down. But yeah, Destiny probably wants to get the... I mean, they need all the points, but still getting away, whoever's going to be leaving from that compound, it's completely open ground. It's very complicated to get away. I mean, we can see Mozaro moving in the buggy, there's smokes, yeah, but still.
I don't think it was Destiny that got the knock onto Yatem, by the way. I think it was a third party, so that's why Destiny aren't pushing that, because you can't see who it is that's knocked on the kill feed. You can only see kind of like a team 5, player 5, unless you are absolutely certain that it correlates to someone who you've taken out from that same team. You're not really going to know, but it has afforded Destiny the opportunity to get ahead into the open field and gatekeep Sirens on the edge of this circle.
Yeah, they're just waiting, but that's going to be bad. Now backstab comes from the inside of the circle. It's going to be Champions Club who's going to be on the edge of the zone, and they will find the angles towards Destiny, and Beg for Mercy needs to do something. I mean, needs to stay hiding, but we can see also that the Sirens, they have something to say about it. But in the end, Beg for Mercy will get the player down, and the Ozarks going to be taken down. Just 1 player anymore, and the great angle from the Champions Club. They have the higher ground. Beg for Mercy crawling already, and the guys will go and try to confirm the kills. And just Mozaro inside proning. I mean, the whole destiny of Destiny is lying on his shoulders as he's just hoping for the best, hoping for the miracle. But I'm afraid that miracle might not come.
What better man? What better man in the arms of Mozaro to lead Destiny into a glorious game, their final game of League Week 2. The circle centers up. Nobody is inside the circle. Champions Club get taken out by third-partying for Romanian Boys. They're still the final player of TSC, while LMV and Nexus, they're still coexisting.
Yeah, they are still here, and of course they will try to figure out the situation. They don't want to do that, and that's going to be a great spray coming from Nexus Gaming. Creator is going to be waiting. There's a 1 player crawling inside. They know the locations. There we go. The backstats comes as well, and they will just get inside of that building, but definitely LMV, they will lose that battle. Nexus is going to be very aggressive on that push. They will use the timing, they will use the smokes, and they just don't hesitate. They don't want to waste any time. They know that they will have to move at some point, so sooner they get the battle done, that's better, and that's how they did resolve it.
We've been very harsh on Nexus. The desk casters, we've been very harsh. They've realistically kind of showing nothing so far in the PMPL. But the last 2 games, a little bit similar to ChasMac, they have proved their ability to turn something around, to say, hey, we are still here. Yes, we don't have Dexter playing for us right now, but we can stand on our own 2 feet. We're into our final 3 teams, 4 Romanian Boys, Nexus and Destiny. All 3 of these teams really need this second super weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is with it, but every time when we have these games, it's always the guys who need the points. They will somehow make their way on the last circles, and like we see now, it's not the guys who are actually leading on the points. We don't see those guys here. We do have the teams that are needing the points. Mozaro just proning. I mean, everybody's more or less just proning, you know, trying to stay alive, get into the circle. There's nobody on the southern side. I think Mozaro actually has the best location on the circle when you think about the edges and the central point of the zone. We still do have 1 shift to go as well, so it's not the final circle. There's going to be still 1 more, and it's all about that one. It should be coming. I hope it's going to come on the northern side, because otherwise all of them will be in trouble.
A good dip is covering Nexus's angles against 4 Romanian Boys. I think Mozaro is a little bit more exposed. The closer Nexus get to him, he takes his shots onto Creator. Has to try and prone down, but Dewey is there on top of the hill to find the final player of Destiny.
Yeah, Nexus gonna find that one. That's Destiny gone. And now it's gonna be just 4 Romanian Boys and Nexus 2 versus 3 situation. Nexus they will try to collect some information. And 4 Romanian Boys, they are splitting No, they are having 2 guys on the one place, so they are not definitely splitting. Well, they have 1 guy on the blue, actually, a bit more further away, not completely on the blue, but anyways, further than the other player. But yeah, there we go. Molly's gonna be thrown. Rana puts that on the middle. It's gonna be connecting, might be just missing both of the players. It could have been a huge Molly if they would have been more together, but they are completely split that much that you can fit 1 Molly between. And Nexus, they're trying to get on the middle of the circle. They want to get that middle point to be able to gatekeep these guys, but they will be spotted down. This way it's gonna be coming from Dorian, and will it going to be connecting? Yes, going to be connecting as well. Nexus takes the damage, but doesn't take that much of the damage that they would be losing some play. But now we do have Royal getting 1 spray, and Creator wants to be creative. And the last guy, well, let's see, is he going to be in trouble? No! Yet, not yet.
Rana doing a lot in the front line, Royal. He's left on his own with Doran close by. Can Doran flying the angles? Nearly can't send him back behind the crate.
Yep, and Rana now it's going to be time to do something 2 versus 1 situation for Romanian Boys. We can see Joring still trying to hold that place, but they know exactly the location where it's going to be proning, and that's the problem, because with the pre-fire you can do the damage, but that's going to be 1! Creator gets 1, and that's the end. In the end, we do have Nexus Gaming take it down, and for Romanian Boys, they will claim the victory from this match.
Oh my god. Doran. The end play, that little bit of the timing on the peak from the Nexus player behind the crate, the headshot connected, the knock came through, and the last player from Nexus who was on a sliver of health could do nothing. Prone down, Dorian stood up and got the final kill. Teobesk for that one for Romanian Boys. A great chicken dinner and a much needed result for 4 Romanian Boys. The fight for the second Super Weekend was surely on at the end of that game.
Yeah, we said it already, that all these teams, they need the points to be on the Super Weekend. And, well, they didn't have the advantage. I mean, 2 versus 3 situation, Nexus, they have the manpower. Yeah. But for Romanian Boys, I mean, the Molly came right between them. They managed to dodge that one, split it just enough to have room for 1 Molly between them. And then, playing it slowly, I mean, definitely they were in trouble. I mean, Nexus knew the location, but Nexus just wasn't able to connect those sprays. I mean, they were trying multiple times. They tried to spray through the grass, but just some of the bullets connected, but not the whole spray. And then somehow, from that information which they got from the shooting angle where the shots were coming from, for Romanian Boys, they just managed to build a strategy which was a successful one.
The hard shifts in one direction made it a lot difficult for the teams towards that kind of eastern side and the northeastern side. I also think a small product of why we had the last 3 teams or so really fighting for the the teams who are down at the bottom of the standings is because there's quite a lot of teams who are safe and comfortable, and not that they're not taking the game seriously, but there's less pressure on them. So if they go out early, it's they can afford to take a bit more of a risk here, a bit more of a risk there, and if they go out early, there's nothing really lost for them, right? But it just made for such an exciting ending. I would say Nexus played this game quite intelligently. They initially had the farmyard compound, but they then moved away on one of the next shifts up to the northern hill, and then when the next phase shifted back down south, then they went back into the farm compound. To me, LMV probably should have been a little bit more aggressive because they were there, believe it or not, before Nexus. But for 3 to 4 circles, both of those teams coexisted.
Yeah, true. Well, there's highlights running, and I just saw the highlights, by the way, the whole Unicorns of Love situation again. And there was another shotgun knock as well. When the GK first was actually jumping from that balcony, he actually got 1 guy from the air with a shotgun as well. So he got 1 guy from the window, and then 1 guy when he jumped down. So it's a more closer situation that we actually saw from the angles during the game.
Game Lord, they have 1 more game to pull something big out of the back, and with like Nexus and 4 Romanian Boys both getting very high amount of points. I know the desk will break it all down, but I can't help but think aloud how much work Game Lord are going to have to do in this final game. It did hurt Destiny's push into the top 16 with the fact that the 2 teams ahead of them in this game were also fighting for the top 16. But this moment, once again, with the solo play from Daddy, that was very much more Xtreme Slayers' mistake than Daddy's amazing play. But we also have to credit Daddy for just saying, hey, I've got nothing to lose. The blue zone's closed in and I have to make a play. So many other players would be fearful. So many other players would just give up, being perfectly honest. But Daddy, nah, he's like, I'm going in, screw it. And he got 2 kills for it.
I mean, if you're the last guy alive from the team, you have just lost your rest of your squad, and you know that there's going to be kills available, and you're quite far away from the zone as well. It's going to be anyways like a tricky situation to get inside. So he knew that even if he's not going to take that fight, it would be complicated to get inside of that zone. So why not take the risk? I mean, there's basically nothing to lose at that point anymore. So I just wanted to go for it, and I'm really happy that he actually went for it, because I mean, I want to hear more people shouting "Daddy," definitely.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, that's good to know. More factual information about you, Copter. But what a game, and it really feels like the lobby is heating up across all of these games. Never mind the League Play, the Super Weekends as well. We're going to go for a bit of a quick break. The desk is then going to break it down, and of course we have that final game really soon.
Well, that was a weird finish coming out of our 4th round of the day, but Romanian Boys do pull off their chicken dinner. They do get themselves pretty comfortable into our top 16, meaning they'll play in our next Super Weekend. Whereas Nexus, they desperately need every single point they can get. And honestly, as we start to talk about this one, guys, I think we were all watching that wondering, how does Nexus lose that? How do they lose that situation?
Yep, they had made some really good moves early on in this game, and then finding themselves the compounds that they did, then to transition out of those compounds. And I feel like when they were spreading, the TPP usage of Romanian Boys was just a little bit better. They were really keeping tabs on just exactly how Nexus were moving, whereas Nexus wasn't really trying as much as their opponents were in that regard. So 19 points go to them regardless, but damn, 4 Romanian points. Yeah, they make a good meal out of this one.
Yeah, they definitely needed a game, right? They were not in a comfortable position towards the bottom, so this game alone should be the reason why 4 Romanian Boys make it to the weekend. So great from them. But man, Destiny, like, this was their last game. I don't think there's not even I don't think I'm pretty damn sure that they're done. And their opportunity to make it to PMGC through the points of the PMPL 2 seasons back to back is just not going to be there anymore. Down to the bottom page, I mean, Game Lord, man, this is, and in the words of John, like, this is a horrible game for Game Lord, right? They had all the teams that were above them and they were trying to contest with them. Deus Sirens actually taking them down. They were right below Game Lord. This might be a Super Weekend where Game Lord literally just don't play, which would be a very big surprise after how well they played in week 1.
Yeah, it would be massive, but honestly, I feel like they should be relatively safe to get to finals no matter what. But as you're mentioning, PMGC, right? That's what it's all about. The points that they have to still gain somehow to qualify for that. And it might be the end of that possibility. But as we take a look at our top players, you see Doran yet again coming in with 4 Romanian Boys. We have Sans for LMV. We got Rana coming in for Nexus. Yeah, and it's another day, if you guys haven't noticed out there, that Dexter and Sushi are not playing for Nexus. I wonder if they qualify for the Super Weekend, will they be coming back in? Is this just like a weekday thing they can't attend? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, because of course, yeah, they get themselves the 2nd place here, but I think theoretically speaking, if you've got someone like Dexter in here, maybe that this converts into a win, right? I mean, it's by the by. Whatever the case is, we don't exactly know, but it is. I am hopeful if they qualify, then they bring them back in. But Sans here, I mean, for LMV as well. All of the teams basically that had decent lockdown of that farmland area when the circle shift down, it's not too much surprise that we see big numbers coming in for Sans.
I also have Doran here for Romanian Boys. We talked a lot about Redox, especially in the first week for Romanian Boys, but I think Doran has been really coming in his own, and especially at the end of the Super Weekend, and now especially at this stage of the event, where they've been struggling a little bit, but Doran in this game alone has been doing some really fantastic plays from time to time, and that really shows, especially when you look at this damage, is actually not super top heavy. Well, a lot of teams actually hitting over 1,000 damage from Romanian Boys down to Nexus Gaming, and even the teams below, LMV, Deus, Exquisite Décode UK, getting a lot of damage. I think for Exquisite Décode, a lot of that damage comes from Daddy in a weird fight versus Xtreme Slayers. We're going to have to touch upon that at one point, but what the hell happened there? I have no clue why Xtreme Slayers thought that was fine.
Yeah, that was crazy. Sanhok numbers, despite not being on
just
Sanhok.
Gonna say that.
It's interesting. I mean, the way this circle acts, right? You had so many fights on the edge because any land going down towards that farm area is either flat or you get yourself in a situation where you're kind of up against that road, right? A la what Max was talking about with the Exquisite Décode situation going on.
Yeah, really interesting stuff, actually, to see the three teams contested. You have Champions Club in there, as you guys pointed out before. I mean, they're still trying to fight for a chance to maybe get top 16, where they're only playing with 3 players the entire time. But another team that was mentioned before out of Maxman, Game Lord. We're going to dive into their stats in this in this league play versus their stats in Super Weekend 1, which just obviously
Avert your eyes.
Weekend. Yeah, you kind of don't want to see it, but we have to take stock of things, right? They were playing so well against a consistent lobby. Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Oh, the kills drop off though. 6.47. That is insane. And then you go down to 2.29. Like, something's changed, something's moved. What is it though? Couldn't really pinpoint it down because there's nothing just really changed when it comes to their drop location, when it comes to also how they rotate. It's pretty similar, but they tend to lose players early, just 1 player, 2 players, and then they get breached upon and they just get completely disrupted in whatever they're doing at the time. If it's rotating, if it's trying to gatekeep a position, maybe it's down just to the early game where they just encounter teams and they're just not ready, not prepared, and that just causes them to not be able to close off games because they just lose such big talent such as Victor, potentially Narvalo, right off the bat.
I will say, not dissimilar to what I was talking about with Unicorns of Love in week 1. It's like, sometimes you can just have bad times.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen Game Lord look great, but I mean, even in this week, even in this previous game, we've seen kind of minor mistakes kind of snowball into brutal situations, right? If you think about Deus Sirens breaching onto their compound, 1 nade knocks 2 people upstairs. You shouldn't be that close to each other if you're only holding down 1 building, for example, because of just how powerful utility can be against you in that situation.
Yeah, some unfortunate times, and I mean, obviously they still have a chance going to the final match, but before we can get into that, we want to take a look at the overall standings to see which teams might not already be qualified or won't have a single chance anymore today, like Destiny, who have played out all their 8 matches, but some other teams do have another chance. We'll throw it up here and get an idea of who's currently in that running, but you can see everyone on this front page, they're going to be qualified, so Nexus is going to make their debut here into the Super Weekend this week. You got Super Young Ross as well, finishing off at 80 points, but let's go into the 2nd and 3rd page. This is what we mostly want to see here for everyone out there to get an idea of how close the crunch really is. Is that the word you wanted to use, Max?
I don't know.
That's not what I was going for, but go on.
I Conqueror on this one, 43 points. I really wanted what's going to be it's actually the same amount of points between Conqueror and Vodafone Giants. It's down to the wire every time. It's such a small amount of games that you have in these league plays to qualify. 8 games apiece for these teams. 1 win for example, Game Lord could be enough. Champions Club is just, I don't really see it happening in this one. They still got a game. Destiny, as we said, we thought it was over. It is indeed over. So no Destiny in the 2nd Super Weekend. That is a very big upset for this team.
This feels like the closest border we have almost ever had when it comes to one of these seasons play out with the league play. Like, the fact that 17th and 18th are this close to being able to qualify in, and the other teams just like 5 above them are so in reach. This last game, Jason, is so important, so pivotal.
You remember what map we're going to for a final round of the day?
Oh no.
It's going to be Sanhok, actually. Yeah. So all these teams, you never know what's going to happen when it comes down to this final match. But I guarantee you, every one of these teams will be probably playing, when I say guaranteed, I say probably, I'm pretty sure most of them will be playing for just healing off in the blue zone. I mean, I almost expect it to happen. Like, obviously kills are massive, but just to try to survive as long as possible, try to avoid as many fights early on. I would imagine that's the game plan out of quite a few teams here.
I don't really know what to expect. I'm going to have PMPL Season 1 flashbacks in a second.
Don't predict anyone, Max.
I'm not predicting anyone. I'm predicting the blue zone's going to win, man. Like, come on, everyone's going to be out there healing, putting all their meds on one player. We can expect that to happen, I would say here, because it is, as you said, Kalaris, so damn close at the bottom.
Yeah, very close.
Group A sitting out, but we do have the likes of Group B playing. Remember, again, Unicorns Love, they went out very early in the last game, but again, they could play spoiler. We talked about teams wanting to punish Unicorns of Love last week, maybe drop it on top because they weren't looking like they were going to qualify. Why not do the same to Game Lord if you're any one of these teams who want to contend for that first place? Or you know, because obviously the prize that comes with it, also the chicken dinners to make it easy for yourself. I think it's going to be really exciting
100%
to see if we do have any hot drops. But again, it's Sanhok, it's so difficult. There's so many teams still not safe.
Cripple them. It sounds ridiculous, but cripple them. Like, honestly, if you're thinking long term compared to just short term, just this game, drop on Game Lord. Stop them from qualifying. Stop them from getting points for PMGC.
We saw it work out right in the first week where Vodafone Giants stopped that entire usual rotation on Miramar from Unicorns of Love. And when you think about it, they didn't qualify by a singular point, 1 or 2 points. That game could have actually been the reason why they made it in the first Super Weekend. So it's been proven to work in the past. And if they do want to get rid of Game Lord, this is the time to do it.
Well, let's get our final round of our League Play Week 2 underway. Let's get rid of you two so you can bring your commentators in to bring you all the action, to cover everything in Imperium and Copter. My question to you as I head out, do you think we're going to see anyone drop on top of Game Lord to ruin their chances?
I don't think so, but I want it to happen. I absolutely want it to happen. Not anything against Game Lord, but just because, Jason, we don't see it enough, mate. We really don't.
Never say never.
Never say never. Like, it's harsh, but at the end of the day, you can be friendly outside of the game. You can respect each other and support each other outside of the game. But what happens in game in those 25-30 minutes, it's every man, like I said before, every man, woman, child, and team for themselves. And if you are looking to make it a little bit easier for you, not only in the PMPL, but that race for the PMGC, hell yeah, you drop on Game Lord. They have definitely looked strong across the PMPL so far. You want to hurt their chances. They're not in an absolute massive running, but you eliminate one team, it certainly makes it a lot easier for yourself. Never mind the fact that Conqueror are in a bit of trouble themselves for getting into the top 16 of this Super Weekend alone. So I don't think it should be them, but maybe one of the other teams.
We have this saying that what happens in the boot camp, it stays in the boot camp, and that, you know, might be the case, but just follow. The plane is already in the air, so we don't have to be wondering about that for a longer time. But what we do know is that the point situation, just like the studio pointed out, it is very close there when it comes to who's going to be playing on the Super Weekend and who's not going to be playing on the Super Weekend. So it's not just Game Lord, there's other teams who also need the points, a lot of them, so they could be doing some decisions that might be, you know, benefiting them. But it's a very straightforward plane, but we'll see the circle and then when we have some other ideas maybe.
4 points divide 7 teams from 11th to 17th. That's not even considering Game Lord because they're another 5 points behind that. So it's very, very tricky indeed. Game Lord are dropping on their normal spot. Unicorns of Love are going for a very interesting split drop. Conqueror, to secure their spot in this second Super Weekend, they brought in the Irish god himself, the IGL of the team, Reeves, and are dropping on Paradise Resort. Why are they dropping on Paradise Resort? Because not only is it more centralized location of this map, but it's also because Destiny are not in this final game, so it's free for the taking.
Yeah, the circle is very fair. It's including all the islands for now, so that's only gonna mean that, well, on the later circles, there's definitely gonna be some action when the teams are first piling and then crossing. So it's not just like a huge run to one island. It's you know, people are getting comfortable on the islands, and then at some point later they will have to change. Also, we had SKP. They had one player quite far away. They're afraid from Daddy. He's going to be finding super young roster because Daddy is spraying from the compound, finds one solo player who's going to be trying to run up on that hill, loses the sight for a while, and that might allow, it's going to allow Sick to get away on the other side of the hill, and might be actually getting away from the whole situation. But what I was going to say before this, that SKP, they actually had one player on the north side and the three other guys on the Alpha Island, so they have one player split it heavily on the other side of the map. Maybe it was late or something, I don't know what was the case there. He was probably AFK or something, and now he needs to somehow get back together with the team. But, staying on the different island, you don't want to do that early rotation, so it's going to be complicated.
Unicorns of Love. I talked about how they dropped very split. Fresh is inside that one building while two players of are looting up the buildings around. Fresh is being prone down. They have no idea where he is. Well, on the other side, you have another Unicorns of Love player fighting up against Albert. Albert has impressed us. Normally known as a butler to Batman, but he's also a pro in PUBG Mobile, but he doesn't come out on top of that one. He is going to be served his dues and knocked down by Unicorns of Love.
There's actually, getting some knocks on the board as well.
Oh, counter knock.
But yeah, there's going to be both sides happening. First is going to go for it, and there we go. The flush will happen, so Unicorns of Love will at least confirm the second kill. They lost one player. They're going to continue as a 3-man stack. And we can see Fresh is holding this intersection buildings for now. Should be having a decent amount of fluid available from that location. But yeah, I mean, at least quite explosive start, to be honest.
Definitely an explosive start indeed. Are of course comfortable in the top 16, so they have nothing to lose in this game, right? So it's something that we'll have to wait and see. Game Lord are shifting close by, heading towards that boot camp hill. You have Conqueror coming out of Paradise Resort very early, but it has opened things up between these two teams. Robs gets the initial knock while the two players on this side push on down, and Albert is left on his own.
They have a good push. They had a player on the off angle as well, and we'll see how they will deal with the situation. But they should be able to get that player down, and they should be able to revive if they just go in with the trade, and that's what they need to do. They don't find the player yet, but that's going to open fire, and that's going to be the end of it. Albert's going to be taken down immediately, and they will be the first team that's going to fall down as a whole, and now it's going to be Champions Club there on the backside, quite far away still, so they're not completely on the pictures, but they're not that far away. I mean, like 200 meters or something, but maybe they can do something, but definitely have heard the fighting, and maybe at this point of the game it might not be their decision to crash on this situation.
Also, unbeknownst to them, Conqueror were heading out of Paradise Resort, by the way. So if that engagement had have been a little bit longer, there could have been a third party, but that is something that is more normalized in Sanhok, right? We always talk about the timing of an engagement in Sanhok. It needs to be much quicker than any other map, whether it's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or of course going further into the game. So I really respect that Game Lord wasted absolutely no time in taking out on top of that boot camp hill. The trifecta area of the map is held onto by SKP. A couple of the Unicorns of Love players, the last two remaining Unicorns of Love players, are looking to suppress them a little bit more heavily. SKP currently in 14th spot on 45 points, but only 2 points ahead of 15th, 16th, and 17th.
They have two guys on the scene, so they have one player on the northern side of the island, and then Hamadi, which we pointed out at the start, completely on a different island. So they have two men standing here, and between them and the third member actually is 4 Romanian boys on top of those hills. So they're getting that one player here to help out on the southern parts of the Alpha Island going to be complicated. But meanwhile, we have something else here going on. This is right next to Painan. We have Exquisite Décode, and they have found an enemy. That's a Team Doom, of course. That's going to be actually happening the other way around. Tomagon actions have happened, and Frosty opens the fire, gets the initial damage.
This hill is a really important hill to control in the early parts of the game, even in this kind of circle. And Team Doom were here first. copter. So what that meant is that they were able to really get a lot more information on Exquisite Décode, suppress them back the second they got information. They took advantage of it. But Daddy, from the distance, the playmaker in the last game, the savior with the double kill onto Xtreme Slayers, does find a knock onto Frosty. Looks to take the shots, is aware of a potential counter knock in his direction. Will it be finished off? I don't know if Frosty's being seen to. I think he's been touched by an Angel at the last gasp of breath.
Yeah, it was a very close one. I mean, he did some damage, but now they're going to build around it. Will's going to be the next player. But Daddy didn't get that kill, and yeah, they will just go for it. So Exquisite Décode, they want to jump on this situation. Just a little bit worried about the one player on a different angle, the chess right next to the rock. But he's going to be spotted now, and that's going to be good. Daddy, who else is going to spot that down? Maybe we'll get more Daddy shouting here going on as the molly is going to go straight towards the player on that rock. Is going to be connecting as well. No, it's going to go on the side. He's going to try to defend that location. Gets Will down from the smoke, so that's going to be a great defensive spray. Wants to be committing, getting a flush as well. They want to get those points home. They need the points too. And Team Doom, they're doing everything they can. There we go. A great nade actually happens at the same time as well. But yeah, meanwhile, Daddy, let's see what he can do. He can actually pro.
That was honestly Elisio's mistake, big time. He had that angle, and you heard me say Elisio needs to join up. Elisio needs to join up because Will and Daddy together were doing a half-decent job of slowing down and distracting and suppressing the players of Doom. So they were fully focused on one direction. Elisio could have come in from behind, slapped at least one knock onto a member of Team Doom, and that would have been an instant potential turnaround from Exquisite Décode. So if you're going to pull off that kind of flank play, you really got to get it right. Elisio is an amazingly talented player, but in that moment, he got it wrong.
Yeah, I think also from the Team Doom's point of view, Chess, who was playing that, off situation from the rest of the teammates, he was playing the situation very well. He was, not giving himself up, and then when they finally spotted him, then he was able to defend that area and kind of kept the fire and the action away from the teammates who were like not that far away but on the distance. And then when all the action and the heat started, then they were able to jump on that situation. And this is the zone that I love. This is the one, the intersection of the rivers, that we still get the middle place of the rivers to the middle of the zone, and then still keeping all the 3 islands at the play at the same time. And what this usually makes is that, of course, on the Alpha Island, because the SKP, they will have to get down. Everybody will be just compressing towards the middle, and then finally, at some point comes the moment when somebody needs to move on the other island. That's when the fun starts.
Unicorns Love had a very important engagement against SKP, taking down one of their players. I believe it was Dillo that got taken down. So that means that Rashu had to kind of push it away, and that creates a lot more area of control for the Unicorns Love players, especially only as a duo. Bootcamp Hill is going to be occupied by TSC. Well, more southern bootcamp. Southern part of Bootcamp Hill. It does create an opening for Champions Club to move out of Bootcamp. Game Lord still on the north Bootcamp Hill for the time being. Super young roster. Maxman, the desk have highlighted and Blank as well of how good super young roster can be at predicting these circles and putting themselves in those fantastic positions. They are doing it right now by having a lush in that trifecta compound, 2 to 3 players on the hill to the south, so they have all the angles, all the information, and for now, all of the control.
Amara completely alone on this location. Has the hunting tower for himself for now, but yeah, TSC, they have no idea that he's gonna be hiding there, of course, but they are getting very close, and they might be spotting him at some point. So because Kamara just holding that angle, making sure, and there we go, because Tantem already watching that one, gonna be having an idea that probably they have the info now that somebody might be on that tower. Of course, he has his teammates. The whole champion club is going to be on top of that hill. The 3 guys which they currently have on the server. The 4th guy is not anymore joined to the game. But anyway, they will hold that place. And TSC, if they spotted that one, they might be thinking that, yeah, there could be more. They don't desperately need the points for now, so they don't probably go they don't do any like super aggressive move there. So that's going to stay like that for a while. But then when the next phase comes, then it's going to probably heat up the battle a little bit.
Exactly. At the end of the day, every single team that's fighting for a top 16 spot, that we've already mentioned, from 11th right down to 18th, is still in the game. Rasher from SKB catches out Vito, gets a quick knock, a quick kill from the sniper tower, prones back down, and Conqueror just got bamboozled a little bit. Vito was a scouter, pays the price, while the other 3 players from the team still hold on to that northeastern compound on the mainland. You take those. It's not pretty, but you still take those.
I mean, the Conqueror situation on the northern side of the Bravo Island is that they have game load on the southern side of them, and they will have, if they want to stay on that island and move closer to the middle, they will have to go towards boot camp, and the boot camp hills between the boot camp and between boot camp and the rivers, and then the northern side, there's hills and there's some rocks, but it's very open when you come down from there towards the boot camp, and game load, they will definitely spot them down, so they cannot really move on that direction, so they have to wait and of course hope. They are probably even like hoping, that it's going to be Alpha Island Circle. That's what they're hoping for. Then they could swim or try to do something about it. But the situation is very complicated, and the shift is still going to include the intersection of the rivers. So now Conqueror will have to go. All the teams will have to compress. We can see actually super young roster on the Charlie Island. They are having a great place right next to the compound. So as we can see, a lot of indicators are popping that something's going to fall down.
TSC being slowed down a little bit by Champions Club on top of the boot camp hill. Technically, Champions Club can qualify for the top 16. We have to give them that level of respect because they are competing in this lobby. Yes, they played every single game as a trio, and I have so much love for this team. They technically do have a chance, but currently on 18 points, they need a massive 30-plus point game to even give themselves a chance. And right now, it doesn't seem like it's kind of heading in that direction. But you fight until the end, and that's certainly what they're going to look to do. They make it down the hill. They give that high ground up for a priority of a compound that's more centralized inside the circle.
Yeah, at the same time, TSC, who was right next to the Champions Club, they were quite slow with the movement. They knew that somebody might be on top of that hill, so they have to wait. But of course, Champions Club is going to get a very good place on the other side of the river. So super young roster and Champions Club, they are holding a good compounds on the southern side. Of course, currently the circle seems that it might be favoring the Alpha Island, but you never know. You never know from Sanhok. I mean, crazy things happen. We have seen crazier shifts happening on the past.
What I find interesting is that Unicorns Love the Duo moved away from the compound that was more towards the coastline and actually went up towards the mountain hill in the previous circle. It paid off because they did get a quick kill on the 4 Romanian Boys, but they seem to be heading now back down the mountain into the comfort of the compound that they held onto for a previous amount of time before that.
Ooh. It's complicated. I mean, the whole mountain area is tricky now because for Romanian Boys, they have such great visibility. So they basically see almost everything that happens on the Alpha Island, and the majority of the land is currently on that island. SKP, they will have to get down. Conqueror kind of like comes to the middle of the movement. They still have the last player in Hachin, as we can see, hiding behind that wall, and probably catching all that information as well. And now going to be passing that information, of course, for the teammates who are right there on the northern side of the zone. So they could be definitely a holding situation. But I do have a feeling that Conqueror, they might not be going straight down from that side of the mountain. They actually want to get top of the mountains and come on the backside of the 4 Romanian Boys. Yeah, that would make a whole lot more sense. And that is actually, they are going towards the Valley of Death, as some call it. And they are trying to get up from that location, near that location at least.
Next circle, close to shifting up. Deus Sirens on the southwestern edge of the circle. Realistically, not in any way, shape, or form under pressure. Team Doom moving out of Painan. They clear it out. The majority of the Exquisite Décode players, and that shift does shift over to the Northwest Island, the Alpha Island, but still the tinkle bit of the Southwest Island in play. The river is going to be in contention, and there's 2 compounds that's in play of this circle. The one that Unicorns Love holds onto, and there's one that's free, but available for 4 Romanian Boys to take.
Yeah, but the Deus Sirens, they actually started the rotation immediately towards the bridge, and they might be faster to get on that compound if just 4 Romanian boys will allow that because they have the higher ground. They can basically towards that building, but they definitely have a chance. They have taken the cars or the vehicles, whatever. I mean, sometimes in Sanhok they could be just scooters, but they will anyway started the movement, very fast movement towards the Alpha Island. They'd just be able to take those buildings as well.
Deus have to be careful, Copter, that they don't get third-partied or caught off guard by Xtreme Slayers. Because, yeah, they're heading towards the coastline. They're not going for their compound. And Bardo or the rest of Xtreme Slayers might put them under pressure in that sense.
Yeah, I don't think that they actually have the information that the compound's free. So they will stop there right on the edge of the zone. And they will start scouting. So it's going to stay free for a while.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
no.
Conqueror, SKP, they're going to start the engagement. So Conqueror, they didn't go completely on top of those hills. Only K-Link is going to be quite far away. But yeah, we can see that Reeve's going to be knocked down. And they have no troubles flushing him down. And that's about it. They will get the kill. And just K-Link anymore remaining for them. And that's definitely a problem for them. But maybe because they have the northern side. So if K-Link will find a place somewhere on the backside of the 4 Romanian boys, he still has the circle kind of like as a because there's nobody coming from the northern side, so he still has a place to prone and collect some points.
By the way, Vodafone Giants got eliminated, so they're not making it into the Super Weekend, by the way. They're out in 17th place, just to kind of point that out, because we didn't provide that update. That does create a glimmer of hope for Conqueror, because they are in that 16th spot. Game Lord are still together as a full squad. ChasMac Gaming pushing on in, but they're going to get gate kept by the side of Champions Club. Still up as a trio, have 3 kills so far. Shadowwen on top of the hill. I believe he is the last surviving player of the ChasMac team, but a third party from Doom will slow down Champions Club.
Yeah, well, he needs to move at some point. Of course, he has a lot of first aid kits, but still it's going to be a complicated move. I mean, every time when you're crossing a river in the blue, it's a very serious situation, to be honest, because there's the bridge, you might go in the water, you might have not time to heal, you're going to be pinched in a very narrow angle, and then if they have like 1 or maybe 2 shooters, then usually the people will die before crossing that river. But now it's going to be trying to flush that kill, camera's going to be taken down, at least we'll get 1 more point for the team. And the circle has been, by the way, moving towards the southern side of the Alpha Island, so now 4 Romanian boys will have to get down from that hill, and SKP, they're kind of like trying to hold them down. They know that the guy's going to be up there. So they have taken a place. There's the one of those hunting towers, and they're kind of trying to build on top of it and below it. The below gives cover towards the hill, and also if you position yourself right, then you can also hold the angle from the from top of those hills. And 4 Romanian boys will have to find a way to actually get down from that hill, because now so many teams who are coming also from the southern side, they have the angles, and when the guy's going to be dropping down from those cliffs, they're just like a duck hunting season, 3 kills.
SKP, they have 2 kills so far, left with 2 players up. They should be safe for the Super Weekend. It puts them on 47 points. Excuse me, actually went out earlier on. I don't know how many points they got, but they could have jumped ahead of that team that's now eliminated. The water is in play. Super young roster are going to move in towards the warehouse. Game Lord have a couple of players knocked down. Their fight for the second Super Weekend is very much hanging by a thread as the super young roster players move 1 by 1. They get a couple of kills on the LMV. Hidan does get a counter knock, but I don't see that happening anytime soon in terms of surviving. They get taken out, but also Conqueror, they get eliminated in 10th.
There was only 1 player on the north, so that K-Link's going to be found in the end. And of course, the southern bridge is going to have a huge amount of pressure around it. People swimming. The warehouse is going to be complete battleground, as we can see teams. Game Lord's going to be battling there with the super young roster. Then it's going to go. We can see them proning outside of it. We can see Rose. What can he do? We can see Alush with the nade as well. Might try to go revive him for Sick, but maybe wants to put some nades before Rob's not going to be taking a damage from that one, because he's still inside of the compound, has the cover from those walls. But if they will get some nades inside of the warehouse, that could be a completely different thing. But SKP, meanwhile, taken down on the northern side of the zone, and Robs has the angle. We will hear the footsteps, and 2 guys from the super young roster will go proning on the smokes and now is the time to go for it. Now is to get the utilities on point, but that's got to go in the corner, and they have already moved away from that angle. The revolve's going to be happening at the same time as there's nobody coming from the southern side, so they're just hiding only behind the tree, and now they will just go for it, but that's going to be taken down, unfortunately.
There you go.
The other option's going to be stronger. ChasMac's going to fall down finally, and also Result.
Oh my God.
Take him down. That's ChasMac Gaming done. That is Super Young roster done as well. Down to 5 teams we go.
The most important team fight for Game Lord in this league week 2. That's put them on 7 kills. As far as you know, with the placement points they will survive, that will put them ahead of Conqueror into the 16th spot of this league week 2. I'm speculating, of course, but I can't help it. We're down to our final 3 teams, though. The brunt of the blue really victimizing the rest of these teams, and just like that, Deus in a 1v4. It's going to be a Deus Sirens chicken dinner to end the league week 2.
Yeah, Pappy is going to be trying to heal behind that rock. I mean, they are holding, they have the higher angles, they have a lot of rocks, and as soon as Pappy is going to open fire, that's going to be happening right now. Can he get any knocks or flashes? They will turn the scopes towards Pappy, and he's good as dead, because they will spot it down immediately. Going to try to deny that point. The molly's going to go on Pappy's feet, and that's the end of Xtreme Slayers and Deus Sirens. They will claim the chicken dinner. They will get 6 kills in the process as well.
It was definitely, of course, that once again Sanhok element of circle look for Deus Sirens, but at the end of the day, they rotated in areas of the map that were unoccupied, right? The trifecta / mainland was always going to be involving more teams around them, right? So if they had stayed in that direction, they probably would have gone out much earlier, but because they shifted down to one of their original drop spots in Sanhok, which is Ruins, they were familiar with the area, they were less hassled by 3rd and 4th parties, and yeah, they benefited from that, and that was good decision making from them. Say what you want, but that was good decision making, because even if the circles had shifted over to the east and involved more of the trifecta area, they definitely still would have had a little bit of an easier job in moving into those later circles, because they didn't have anybody really behind them at that stage of the game.
Yeah, all the pressure was on the south and east side, the bridges where we saw people swimming, shooting, you know, nading, smokes and everything. And they just came very early from the west side bridge, the big bridge actually, and nobody was there. I mean, they even had a chance to take that compound. They didn't go for it. They stayed there on the western side. They followed the situation. There's a couple of kills here and there, you know. They were very decisive, and they played a very good game. Like, when you think about the strategy in general, they were just holding those important locations, not letting anybody to get on their side. I mean, they hold the western side most of the time, and I think the biggest threat for them was the 4 Romanian boys and SKP from the northern side, but they just didn't find the angles, so they stayed hidden from those shots. And in the end, I mean, they made it 4 players on the end game, and basically nobody had a chance because they destroyed themselves on the southern side, on the eastern part of the circle.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, people can say what they want about Deus Sirens, but they now qualify for the 2nd Super Weekend in a row. They've evolved from a team that were playing very scared and very passive to ending League Week 2 as a full squad in a chicken dinner. All these teams can ever ask for is to show progression from their very first game right up to their very last game. It's not always going to be the case, but along the way, teams like that will always deserve credit for that level of improvement, and Deus Sirens have improved that. But we do also have to kind of turn our attentions a little bit to that kind of question mark around that 16th spot, right? I think SKP have pretty much done enough. I believe a couple of other teams have done enough. I really think it's kind of between Game Lord and Conqueror. That massive team fight win from SYR from Game Lord onto SYR from Game Lord, that could be the reason why they've taken over Conqueror.
Yeah, true. Well, I gotta say about the Deus Sirens, I mean, they're definitely a team that have now shown that they're gonna excel on this level. And also, I mean, they were so scary team on the last circle that, I mean, Poppy, I mean, his hands were shaking, and that's why he dropped the molly on his feet. Probably like peed his pants at the same time as well.
Oh man, he also probably just didn't want to kind of deny that point in that regard. It was also a good improved set of games overall in this league week 2 from 4 Romanian boys. They were looking very shaky up until those final 2 games. Yes, they a little bit similar to Deus Sirens. They didn't really have a lot of hassle against teams across that mountainside, but it was still a good set of games nonetheless. Unicorns of Love, hey look, they've qualified for the second Super Weekend. It was a very weird split drop in this last game, like extremely weird. But as a duo, in towards the end, they did pull out a couple of strong points.
I mean, sometimes when you have a very tight score situation, a split drop actually might work, because then if the other part is going to be completely in trouble, then you might be able to secure some points. If you drop on the different islands, for example, and you expect that the circle's going to be kind of like, you know, doing some tricky stuff, then sometimes you might benefit from it, because you might find that the other half is going to be completely in trouble, like surrounded by 4 teams, and then you can still, if it's going to be like very tight situation, sometimes it's so close that just by getting those placement points going to be enough, and then as a 2-man you can still get those when you do that split. So that's probably one of the reasons we saw actually multiple splits happening on the last game, like people betting on the different islands. And I think one of those reasons is the fact that they wanted to guarantee that small amount of points that's going to give them a place on the Super Weekend.
Like, we were coming into this game with so many teams on similar points, like we said, 4 points dividing 11th and 17th. And Game Lord had even more work to do around that. And when you think about it, they did come out kind of on top of that one. We saw Victor being taken out by SYR. Maybe that little bit of a shutdown or a little bit of a kill from SYR is the reason why they end up losing that fight, because they lost the element of surprise onto Game Lord coming in from the trifecta compound.
Yeah, but one thing I gotta say, I mean, super young rosters, they're definitely happy. I think we are seeing a different team than what we saw in the last Super Week, and they have been really improving, and I'm really eager to see how they will be actually managing the rest of the matches this week, because they're definitely, you know, playing differently. I would say better. Of course, somebody can argue from that, but that's definitely my opinion, that they are playing better, and I think that they are more serious threat when we go to the Super Week, and that's what I have seen from here.
Man, what a what a way to end the second league week. A lot of action unfolded. I think the teams have been really rising up to the occasion, and I have no doubt that this second Super Weekend is going to be a hell of a show to watch across the 3 days. Well, that's our final game over and done, but we still have some fantastic breakdowns from the analysis desk before we have a break.
Let's go, Deus. What a way to close out the final round here in our second week of league play. They take a chicken dinner, they get themselves comfortably into the top 16, and they will be participating in their second Super Weekend here at the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. I'm Jason Kaplan. We got Kalaris and Maxman to break down that last match, and of course to break down our overall standings to see which teams made it and which teams just fell a little bit short. There might be some surprises out there for you guys, but before we can get to that, let's take a look at the match ranking and see how many points some teams did accumulate here.
And yeah, Deus Sirens able to get himself their first win throughout this entire second season of PMPL Western Europe. We had these two last games actually. Deus Sirens have been feeling a lot more, I would say, I don't know if I would say confident, but they definitely have a little bit of a better idea as to what they're going to do, and the execution's a little bit cleaner. They had a really good breach versus Game Lord, actually, especially well executed by Yatem alone on that breach versus Game Lord in the last game on Erangel, and now in this game too, they actually get himself the win. It's a step up, and I hope that they use these two games as, okay, this has worked out for us, let's try and repeat this recipe for success and potentially transition it in the Super Weekend itself.
It's a little more push from them, right? That's what it feels like. Like they're kind of overstepping where they were previous. Not actually, overstepping is a bad way to describe it. They're stepping further than the comfort zone that they had in some of the previous games, previous days. So that's nice to see. 21 points for them is a big, big win. So lovely to see that. And as you say, Game Lord with the 17 points. I don't know the exact positioning of the standings right now, but maybe it's a sigh of relief. I don't know how it's working out yet. So we'll see.
For Romanian Boys too, we needed to see some better performance on them. Today was not too sure when we looked at the standings at the very start of the day, and they should be a lot more comfortable going into it. Of course, we'll have to look at the overall rankings, but also ChasMac Gaming getting some decent points. So yeah, teams that needed to perform well today have been rising up to the occasion a bit more, so it's good to see. But we have a lot of big teams that have just not been doing as good as we were potentially expecting this second week.
Yeah, there's also a lot of teams here on the second page, if we take a look at this, that didn't really perform here much either. Vodafone Giants, 0 points. Exquisite Décode, 0 points. Excuse Me, 1 point. Unicorns of Love, I mean, they were fairly confident. I mean, they were qualified the Super Weekend, so you can kind of understand why with the 4 points as well as the last match. And then Conqueror with 2 points. A lot of big names here on the second page.
Yeah. It's been weird. Conqueror, now that I think about the grand scheme of this league play phase, we haven't seen too much of Conqueror, so we'll have to see how that's going to be panning out, of course, get into it. But our top players of this game feels good. We've finally seen Ali back on board. I mean, it's a Sanhok game, of course. We talked about super young roster being actually really strong when it comes to rotating and how they transition from mid to late game. Really worked out fine for them in a grand scheme of how they were playing towards that Riverside, so Ali being there is not too big of a surprise. But we've seen Robs for Game Lord instead of 2 other players that we normally always talk about in Narvalo and Victor, and Rob's able to get a little bit more survival time for the team. It is always good to see.
Doran's making it yet again as well. Interested to see him able to keep some consistency when it comes to playing, at least here in day 2. You can see Team Doom, though, most damage done, most kills as well. Generally, I'd say a quiet team in the past. They're starting to really come to light here, really starting to come online.
Jason, what are these numbers? What are they?
They are Sanhok numbers.
That's right. There we go. It's never going to end. Yeah, very, very even across
Papa
the board
Blue numbers.
here. That's Papa Blue numbers, yeah. No, Max? No, you don't like that?
We'll have to rebrand Papa Blue at some point, I think. We might have to change it. But yeah, it's Sanhok numbers, not really too big of a surprise. And not as much healing in the blue as we were potentially expecting entering this. So yeah, I'm happy to see it.
Very low damage wins across the board, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you remember back to last week, we had multiple games as well that were like 15 kills, if not double digits just in general. But we only see one team actually do it with 4 Romanian Boys. So I think some caution being used by quite a few teams, especially considering how many teams were not even close to being safe. Biggest C, Exquisite Décode start off the day strong with the victory, 1700 damage done. ChasMac get a win as well. It's been a nice little decent spread here across the board for all these teams, and definitely for some of these teams who desperately needed some results today. Exquisite Décode, they were outside the bubble at the start of the day.
Yeah, they were. Thank God for that.
Thank God you predicted them.
That first game. Yeah, it's you're welcome to Exquisite Décode. It's all right. But in general, not only the wins that have been very varied, just in I think it has been a very even day across the entirety of the lobbies from game to game. Maybe that is a symptom of having 3 Sanhoks during a day, but just in general, I mean, even our Erangels were very, very even here, Max.
Yeah, it's been a little bit interesting to see, I would say, the teams that needed to have some good results today. Deus Sirens, especially, we talked about them, right, having themselves a good game. I just hope that that's going to be potentially transitioning in the Super Weekend. Of course, we'll have to look in the rankings, but ChasMac, we're not looking comfortable. Unicorns of Love, we're not looking comfortable either at the start. So we'll have to see in the rankings, especially how things are working out. But the games have been interesting today. But the Super Weekend, as we know, now we're going to have a locked amount of 16 teams. It's not going to be changing anytime, so we can only expect even better things from these teams to make it this time.
Well, we'd hope so, right? I mean, we had some great teams playing in the Super Week and putting up some big numbers, and then coming into week 2 of league play, they really, really struggled, and some of them might not have even qualified when they were in top 5 before. But we'll get to that in a second. It's time to get into our prediction game here of who we think the MVP of the day was. We're going to start off with you, Maxman. Who do you think our MVP was today?
Oh, normally I think about it before. Normally I prepare myself before and then I try to speculate. I haven't done it right now. I don't know, because there's been wins from so many different teams. I want to go with, I would say, Fresh has fragged out quite a few times. So I don't know. I'm just gonna go out there and say I don't know.
Fresh. Are you even watching the matches?
Yeah, but I as I told you, normally I prepare. This time I'm like.
I mean, if anything, but put Dor in there. He was top 3 like multiple times today.
Was a good choice.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I mean, you can, go vote for Dor and then they go.
Well, you went with Fresh, so Claris. What about you?
I don't know. This is really difficult. It could be literally anybody.
haven't had that like one really dominating player today. Like
No.
we didn't have a Rezdov happen.
Today it can be anything. You know, I'll just pick a random name out of a hat. I'll pick Dew from Nexus Gaming.
Okay, that's quite a reach there. Backspan. I mean, you went fresh, so let's see what happens. Who's the MVP of the day?
I have no clue.
I don't know.
What? Max, why are you so bad at this?
Beforehand, like no cap. What?
No. Oh my god. It's the.
Let me look. I mean, yeah, it's on my page. It's there. Yeah, it's okay. Fair enough.
I feel like Max, you just should not be hired as an analyst anymore. I feel like your track record is just.
Okay, fair enough. I don't look at the stats or anything. Okay, I'm just waiting. But to be honest, he had a few surprising moments where he would get a lot of 1v2, 1v3s, especially this 5 versus Conqueror here. I remember that on this game. He just stood out really well. But I mean, yeah, I should have picked Dew, I guess. Yeah.
Jason, how do I have these powers?
I just hope you use them for good and not evil.
Well, I mean, you know me. I probably will use them for evil, but later down the line, later down the line when that only I exist on this planet. After I've used them for evil, of course.
I didn't think it got to the point that you were the only one left on the planet, because of course you're using it for evil. But yeah, I mean, Deus, so we get a new player as the MVP of the day, which is fantastic and desperately needed, I'd say, for Nexus as well, if they want to put up some big points in the Super Weekend. But let's get an idea. Who is going to be participating in the Super Weekend? Let's throw up our overall standings, get an idea, a clear idea of our 16 teams. We'll be playing out 15 rounds, and of course, every round that's going to be played will be worth $1,000 for the winner. Eastern Stars coming in first place at 98 points, continue the momentum from the Super Weekend. But honestly, I think the biggest surprise, I think there's a couple of them actually on this front page. ChasMac, Deus, Team Doom, Xtreme Slayers, super young roster. I feel like there's actually a lot of teams here. The majority of the teams, actually, 5 out of the 8, that put up some like surprising numbers in this day.
Yeah. As I said, I had a media day just happened 2 days ago, and some teams have definitely given me the impression that they are really feeling comfortable when it comes to qualifying and feeling confident, so they're just going to take their foot off the pedal a little bit and just slow down. Some teams maybe slow down a little too much, though, and we'll see that especially as we go on to the second page. But as you said, it is great to see some teams such as super young roster, Extreme Slayers, Doom, Deus Sirens, ChasMac Gaming actually stepping up. Shows that they have potential, that they deserve to be in this PMPL. But as we always say, right, that needs to also transition in the Super Weekend, so they can't rest on their laurels just yet.
Yeah, definitely. It's I think as weeks are going on, it is going to get more even and more even, especially with, some of the slight inconsistencies we've seen, even from some of the top teams, which I think is a little bit weird, a little bit out of place. I mean, Eastern Stars, for example, we've always seen them as that team that rides that roller coaster of up and down, but their highs are greater than their lows.
Sounds like more of a trampoline if it's going up and down, up and down.
Okay, all right, I'll take that.
I mean, roller coasters do go up and down, but they also go forward quite a bit, which I guess Eastern Stars are going forward into the next Super Weekend. Let's take a look now at our final 8 teams playing in our second Super Weekend, our second of 3. Who's going to make it and who's going to be, unfortunately, watching from home? Game Lord, they make it. Nexus makes it. Wait, but I'm not seeing... Is that a Conqueror I'm not seeing?
Oh my.
Wait, Vodafone Giants.
Also, wait, wasn't Conqueror number 1 at the end of all that PMGC?
Yeah, the rest of PMGC, they were first at the start.
Oh my days. Oh no!
And Destiny are not there too, so... Oh my, that opens so many things at the top for the teams such as... I mean, Unicorns of Love, this is great for Unicorns of Love. They're like, okay, the teams that already overtook us, we can catch up and already jump 2 extra slots in 1 Super Weekend alone. Of course, it needs to be a good Super Weekend, but... What a surprise. I mean, Champions Club, of course, they're playing with 3 players, so it is going to be hard, and they're mostly playing for fun now and trying to do as much as they can with their roster. But you would have told me we have a Super Weekend where Destiny, Vodafone Giants, and Conqueror don't make it. I would call you a liar. Or I would say I cursed all the teams. I don't know, one or the other, but that's just insane. Yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy to see, especially as, say, Conqueror. What we're going to have now is a constant leapfrog situation, especially for those PMGC points down the line, where then next week, and everybody's trying to qualify for that one, and if Conqueror qualifies, then things will end up being even. This is going to get down to the wire, Jason. This is crazy.
I mean, the thing is, right, Conqueror, with their placing in the first week of Super Weekend, they should be safe to make it into the finals as long as they qualify, I guess, week 3, right? So I find it really hard. I mean, even if they don't qualify week 3, I think there's a good chance. But like you guys have been saying, like that race to PMGC, as Imperium just informed us, Eastern Stars are the only team in the top 3 currently that actually re-qualified into the Super Weekend. So it's a chance for Eastern Stars to really build a massive lead against other teams. If they can keep Unicorns of Love down, they can set themselves up perfectly to get into PMGC coming up in what, like a month and a half, 2 months?
Yeah, in 2 Super Weekends and also 1 finals, of course, expecting that's going to be Unicorns of Love qualifying over there. It's going to be between Eastern Stars mainly and also Unicorns of Love. And Unicorns of Love, I believe, on the spots behind them, there's about 100-point difference also. Like, it is mainly down to those 2 teams, and we have to look into the next Super Weekend, see if, of course, Vodafone Giants going to be able to qualify, Conqueror, Destiny, which is not sure. I mean, it's shown here, right, that the level has increased significantly from Season 1 into Season 2. So even the top teams that we thought were strong going into this can sometimes fall down and just have a really poor performance sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, Max. I mean, Colaris has just been so on point. Hey, technically, you've been on point as well with your predictions, just the opposite way. But you know
I say they're first, but from the bottom. Okay, that's how I'm doing it every time.
They're the first loser, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm doing it. Yeah.
But Max, it's fine. You know why? Do you want to know why it's fine?
Tell me. I don't know.
Because you got a day off to work on your predictions. All of us have a day off tomorrow. All the teams
I'm going to get
tomorrow.
my voodoo dolls. Hell yeah. We're going to...
I wouldn't be surprised if you have a room dedicated in your new flat that you now own, dedicated to voodoo dolls. It would explain some of the pains I have during the day. But, ladies and gentlemen, you guys also have the day off as well. I know you're going to be a little bit sad about it, but we'll be back 2 days later. So on Friday, we'll be here with our second Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. And we're going to find out if teams like Unicorns Love can start to build up some points to get into PMGC rankings yet again, and also get themselves safe into the finals. But we're not going to know until then. So we'll see you on Friday at the exact same time for some more PUBG Mobile action.